You guys ready?
Yep, just come on with them. You gonna load them right now? Yep, that'll be fine.
Why, would you see him somewhere?
I thought I did. You're probably gonna need that today.
Where at? Where'd you see him at?
What's that trampoline place?
Oh, or, ground control? I was wondering if she cut all her hair off. She lost a bet or something last night. The Chiefs not paying the refs enough anymore? Just in time, Roy. Dollar. 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. 105 and 105. 105. Good to get 5. Good to get 5 and 10. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 105. Good to be 110. 110. 15 and 15 and 10 and 15. Good to be 110. 12 of the van. Good to be 10. 12 of the van. Good to be 110. 12 of the van. Good to be 110. 12 50. 110. 12 and a half. Terry. 110. 6. Something on the screen. So what part of the screen can't y'all see? The average weight? Okay. I'll announce it. Right in the middle. I'll be dang. 11:23. Dollar. 102 and a half, and 102 and a half, to get 2 and a half, going to be 102 and a half, going to be 102 and a half, to get 2 and a half, 102.55, and now 5, to get 7 and a half, going to be 110, going to be 110, 12.50, and 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, to 15, to get 15, to get 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17.50, and 17 and a half, to get 17 and a half, going to be 17 and a half, here's all the 115s out of Cavernous, X. Y'all bear with me. I don't know if my contacts are in or not. Sorry. 102 and a half, and 102 and a half, to get 2 and a half, going to be 102 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 and a half, going to be 102.50. Get 2 and a half here, and 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, going to be 5, to get 5, 7.50, and 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 10, going to be 110, but 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, going to be 110, 12.50. Get 10, 12 and a half here, 112 and a half, 15, and 15, to 15, to get 15, to get 15, to get 15, top roll, you're out, 15, and 15, to 15, to get 15, to get 15, to get 15, to get 15, now 15 here, Terry, 112.50 on number 6, 112.50. I don't know why I said 112 and a half. Terry 6. Something I pick up from my dad every now and again. He'll say 110. 112.50. Kermit, we got about 1,000 cows a day, so sit your satchel down and get started. We're going to sell all these cows this week because we don't have one next week. Not here. Nothing. Mexicans, they are truthful about everything. I mean, they're just laid out there. Whoa, what happened to your hair? I guess I need to cut my hair off then. Daughter. 105, 105, 10, and 105, we get 10, 105, going to be 110, we get 15, 120, 125, going to be 125, we get 30, and 35 here, 35 here, 40, 140, 145 here, going to be 42, 50, and 40, we get 2.5, 5, and 45 here, 47, 50, and a half here, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, we get 7 and a half here, going to be half here, going to be 47 and a half here, so 145, Booker.
John, is it gone?
Good job, Mike. We don't know how to do that, Mike. $2.50, and $100, $2.50, $102.5, $2.50, $2.50, going to be $2.50, going to 5 here, 7.5, 7.5, 10, going to be 110, going to be 10, going to be 110, going to be 10, 110, 110, and 10, 12, 50, 15, and 15, 17.5, 17, 20 there, going to be 20, 20 there, going to be 120 there, going to be 120, and 20, 20 there, going to be 20, 20 there, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, here's all 117.5, Booker 11. All threes? What are you working on? Tipton Ranch, guys. Tipton Ranch down there at Pocasset. $2. 210 and 210 and 210, we get 210, going to be 210, going to be $2 a pound, 2 and now 2, now 5, going to be 10, 210, 210, 15 and now 20, we get 220, we get 225, going to be 225, we get 30 and 230, we get 235, we get 235, 40 and 245, we get 45, 45, 50 and 250, we get 55, going to be 255, 60 and 260, we get 265 and 265 here 70, we get 275, going to be 275, 80 and 285, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 90 and 290. We get 290, going to be 85 at 95, and 95, we get 95, we get 95, going to be 295, at 295, 3, and 95 and 3, we get 3, and 95, we get $3 a pound, going to be 95, we get 3, and 95, $3, we get 95, we get 3, we get 3, and 95, we get 3 there, 95, we get 3, and 95, we get 3. Sold up at 295. Chris, 3X. One cow's bad crippled. Okay. 295. You be here Wednesday for the feeder sale. We'd love to have you. 125. Right. 125 and 25 and 25 and 27 and 30, we get 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40, we get 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, we get 50, 102 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 52, 50 and 52 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half. Here's all 150. Booker 11. E-bid. Be like 90 today at record high.
Thanksgiving's next week.
Record low. For a nice set of cows. 5 to 9. 135 at 35. You get 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, going to be 37, 50, and 37 to 40, going to get 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 45, going to be 7 and a half, 47 and 50, and 52 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and now 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and zigga-divide, 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 now 5, $1.65 here, zigga-divide, 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 going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5 here, 5 here, so 162 and a half rab, R-A-A-B. I think so. Yep, R-A-A-B. B. B. Clinton. 125 and 25. You can find 25 here, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 20. You're going to get 7 and a half, going to be 20. You're going to get 7 and a half, going to be 30. You're going to get 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 37 and a half, going to be 40. You're going to get 42 and a half. You get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42, 50 and 40. You're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 40. You're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half. You're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half. Chris, 140, 13. Hey, little western cows. 2 3s and a 5-year-old. $1.50. $1.55 and 55. You can find 55, 55, 55, 55. $1.50. You get 150, 155 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. You get 5, 155, 155. Now 60 and 5 and to get 5 now 70. You're going to be 170. You're going to get 70. 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 Terry, 165. 5. Where's Roy Burns? That's number 5, yep. Yep. That's 2-year-olds. $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, you're going to be 150, 60, you're going to be 70, you're going to get 70, you're going to be 70, you're going to get 70, you're going to be 70, you're going to be 80, you give 80, 80, 90, and 100, you're going to get 2, you're going to be 100, 100, you're going to get 210, 220, and 210, 20, 30, you're going to get 230, 40, you're going to get 240, and 30, 40, 40, 40, 10, 40, 10, 40 here, 240, and 30, 40, you're going to get 40, 10, 30, 10, 40 here, you're going to be 30, you're going to get 40, and tone, 230. Can't see.
Some eye drops.
I don't know if my contacts are in or not. Things look real blurry.
It helps, but we don't know. Yeah, we're like, okay.
6 to 8 in the rope on 120. 125, and 25, and 25, 30, you get 30, 35, 35, 40, 40, 140, 140, 140, 135, 40, and 35, 40, 45, and 45, 45, 50, you get 50, you get 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 65, and you get 5, 70, 175, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75, you get 5, 75, you get 5, 75, you get 5, 75, you get 5 here, Chris, 170, 15. Chris, 15. Nobody can hear online. Can you guys hear me online? Nope. 120, 125, 25, 125, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 120, 120, 125, and 25, 30, you get 30, you get 35, 35, 40, you get 40, and 40, and 35, 40, you get 40, you get 40, you get 40, you get 40 here, Booker, 135, 11. Me? Chris, 15. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Roy. Roy's watching, Terry. You watch it. Did you say 5 by 5? 2,000, 2,100, and 2,000, 21, 21, 21, 1, 2, we get 3, and 3, we get 4, and 4, we get 5, and 25, going to be 6, 7, and 27, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 2,800, and 27, going to be 28, we get 9, and 2,900, and 28, and 9, 29, we get 3, and 29, we get 3, and 1, and 3,100, and 3,100, here, sold her 3,000, Chris 3, nice cow. Sit down, Carl, you're making me nervous. He's made me nervous for 4 years now. Or you've been here longer than that. 6 years, 7 years? 10 by 4. 125, and 125, and 25, 30, 125, 30, 25, 30, 25, going to be 30, 5 here, 30, 40, going to be 140, 50, $1.55, and 55, 60, $1.65, $65, and to get it 5, and has it get it 5 here, 5, sold, 160, Rab. Kermit, you get a big rain this weekend? Oh, you're just banking on a prayer, huh? $7 years old, she's 6 months. Bag's no good. $1. 110, 20, and 10, 20, going to be 10, 20, going to be 10, 20, going to be 120, 30, going to get 35, 35, 40, 140, 5, and 45, 50, going to get 50, going to get 50, 45, going to get 50, 45, going to get 50, going to get 50, going to get 50, here, Booker, 145, 11. Okay. Thank you. Good. Good for you. Did they? $1.50. 155, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 60, going to be 62 and a half, going to get 2 and a 5, and to get 5, 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 and 5, to get 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 5 here, Chris, 62 and a half, 10. $10 old, she's 6 months bred, 2,000. 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, here, going to be 2,100, and 2,100, and 2,100, 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 18, 18,2, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 2,100, here, going to be 21, and 2,100, here, sold her 2,000, Ricardo. You got wheat? $1. 110, and $110, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, 50 cents a pound, 60 cents a pound, 50, 60, and 50, 60, and now 70, going to get 70, now 70, 60, 70, 80, and now 80 here, 75, 80, and 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 80, you give 80 here, now 80, 75, 80, and now 80, going to be 80, now 75, going to be 80, you give 80 there, going to be 80, going to be 80, so 75, and Tone. At least she won't die.
Best thing you bought in a long time.
10-year-old cow, $1. 105, and 105 here, good to be 105, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to 105, and 105, to get 5, to get 5, 10, good to be 110, 110, 15, 120, 125, 125, 30, 125, to get 30, sold 125, what's the name? Amigo? Alberto. Guess Amigo's friend, isn't it? Not a name. Amigo. 4 years old. She's 4 months bred, guys. 2,000 and 2,100 and 21 and 21 and 21 and 2,100. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 and 23, 4, 5 here. 500 and 20, 500 and 24. You get 5 here. 500, 25, 25, get it sold. 2,400. Ricardo. I don't think they care anymore. Dollar. 105 and 105 here. Good 105. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5 here. 105. $1 pound. $1.75. Give 80 and 75. Good to be 80 cents a pound. 75. Good to be 80. 75. Good to be 80. 85. 85. 85. 90 and 95. You get 95. 95. $1. $1 505. 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110 and $100. Good to be 110. Good to be 10. Good to be 110. S 105. 1. I'm not 75 yet. What'd you say? 10 years. She's 5 months. 2,000. 2,100. 2,100. 2,100. 1, 2, 3, 22, 3 and 23, 3, 3, 4 and 24 and 23, 4. Going to be 23, 4. Going to be 23, 400 and 23, 4, 23, 4, 23, 4. Chris, 2,300 on 5. $2. 210 and 210, 210, 210 and 210. Going to be 210. Get 210. Get 210. 210, 20 and 220, 30. Get 230, 220, 30, 40, 240, 50 and 250, 60. Get 260. Get 260. Get 250, 60, 70 and 270, 260, 70 and 270. Get 270. Get 270. Chris, 267X. $2 years and 4 months, guys. 2,000 and 2,100 and 2,100, 2,100, 21, not 2 and 22, not 3 and 23, 3 and 23, 4 here. 400. What about half? 354 and 24 and 2,400, 400, 24, 400, 434. Chris, 2350 on 3. Ricardo's the kind of buyer you like at pig sales. Always bidding on everything. It always comes up second. How old? 10. 50 cents a pound. 50 cents a pound. 60, 70, 80, 90, 85, 90, 90 cents a pound. 5, 95. Terry, 90 cents. 6. Nine-year-old guys, 135 and 35. You get 35, 40 and 35, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50 and 40, 57 and a half, 50, 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 52, 50 and 50, you get 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half. Here, sold 150. Cabinets 3. $35. 135 and 35 and 37 going to be 40. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 45 and 47, 50 and 40. We get 7 and a half. 50. We get 52 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. 5 and 55 here. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. Now 5 and 55 here. 5. We get 5. We get 5 here. Chris 10. 152 and a half. 2-year-old $2. 210, 20, and 210, 20, going to be 210, 20, going to get 210, 20, 30, now 30, 40, 240, 50, and 250, 60, going to be 260, 70, going to get 270, going to be 260, 70, and 260, 70, 80, going to be 280, you get 280, and 75, 80, and 280, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, here, 5 here, going to be 80, 5, so 280, Chris, 7X. I hope we got a few. 2 by 2. $1,000. 1,000, 1,100, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 1,200, 11, going to be 12, and 1,300, and 13, 1,400, 14, 15, and 15, 1,600, and 17, 1,700, 1,800, 18, and 17, give 1,800, 18, 1,800, 18, 18, here's sold, 1,700, S11X. Here's a 2-year-old, 210, 20, and 210, 20, going to be 210, 20, 30, 220, 30, and 20, 30, 40, going to get 40, going to get 50, going to get 60, going to be 270, going to get 275, 265, and 65, 70, going to get 275, and say 82, 80, you give 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, 85, 85 here, going to be 285 here, S, 280, 11X. $125, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 125, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 30, and 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 25, 30, and 25, 30 here, cabinets 125, 7. Rubber foot. Is that what he said?
9 by 4 coming in.
This board is doing completely opposite what I thought. Yeah. 9 years, 4 months, 2,000, 2,100, 2,100, 2,000, 1, and 2,100, 200, and 22, 22, 22, 2,200, and 22, 21, 200, and 21, going to be 200, going to do Rab, 2,100. He's been here before, yeah. Kermit.
Hello.
Buck 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 35, 40, and 40, we get 40, 35, we get 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 2.5, 45, 45, you get 5, and 45, 750, and 49, 75, going to be 40, we get 75, 750, $1.50, we get 50, going to be 150, we get 50, 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 here, S, 147.5 on number 4. Could be a long day. We're going to do them one at a time. Yeah. 10 cents a pound. 2 cents a pound. 5, 7, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 50. Anything in between you'd like to bid? You got it. 40. Chris, 12.
Hey, let's get that one over here real quick.
Yes, sir, boss.
They don't got very happy because I told us all yours.
Hey, wasn't you supposed to go that way? Ricardo, weren't you supposed to go that way? You were supposed to go on this side. But you have very short-term memory. Very short-term. 5 by 4. 1,000, yeah. 1,000, 1,100, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 1,200, and 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 1900, and 19, not 2, and 2,000, 19, 2, and 2,000, 2, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2, sold her 1,900. Ricardo, let's go this way. Okay, don't touch the button. Don't touch it. Don't even look at it.
Hip down. 3-0, hip down.
She got a hip down. Hey, we got time. Well, I know the guy that owns this cow. He's hey, I'm gonna sell this cow with an if because I know the guy that has this cow down there at Pocasset. So whoever gets her, just pin her in a separate pin. $1. 110, 20, and 20, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50, going to be 150, 60, going to be 70, going to be 160, 70, $1.60, 70, going to be 70 out of here, 70, $1.70, going to get 70, going to be 70, now 70, going to be 70, 180, $1.80, 190, 190, 80, 90, 80, 90, going to be 80, going to get 90, going to be 80, going to get 90, going to be 80, going to get 90 here, sold 180, Ricardo. George is on that, coming back from Florida. Something before. 8 years and 4 months, 2,000. 20, 100, and 20, 100, 21, 200, 23, and 22, 50, and 2.5, and 23 and a half, 4, and a half, 5, and 25 and a half, 5 and a half, going to be 25, 50, and 25 and a half, 5 and a half, going to be 2,600, and 2,600, 5 and a half, going to be 26, and 2,600, 5 and a half, going to be 6, Ellison, 25, 50, Ellison. Good cow. And gentle.
So you need cows there back today.
If you need cows, this is the week to get them.
And then 2 more sales?
3.
3. Not very long.
Not very long. 7 years old. She's 7 months bred, guys. Nice white-faced cow. 2,000. 2,000, we get 2, and 2,100, and 2,2, and 2, we get 3, and 3, we get 4, and 4, we get 5, and 5, going to be 26, 7, and 27, 800, 800, 800, 800, and 27, 8, 9, and 9, we get 3, we get 3, and 9, 1, and 3,100, half 1, and 3,100, a half, 1, half, 3,150, and 31, 2, and 3,200, about 3, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 3, and 33, we get 300, a half, and 33 and a half, half and a half, going to be 33, 50, and 33 and a half, half here, you get half, sold her 3,300, Chris 3.
I was in Perkins last Saturday. And you came out there.
Really?
Fish, wager. All buyers, they're there. Everyone.
3-year-old, $1.50. $1.50, 60, 70, $1.60, 70. Got you in already, 170. 160, 70. Antona, 160, 10. Thank you. Hope not. 105 and 105 and 105 here. Going to be 105, 85, 85, 105, 105, 105 and now 10. Going to be 110. Going to be 10, 15, 20 and 20, 25, 25, 25, 30. You get 30 and 30, 135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. You get 35, 85 and 35, 85 and 35, 85, 35, 85, 135, 85. Chris, 130, 13. That you, Dusty? What you doing, man? Yeah. $125, 25, and 27, 50, now 30, and 30, we get 2.5, 35, 37, going to be 40, we get 40, now 2.5, going to be 2.5, 5, and 45, 47, 47, 47, 47, 50, and 40, we get 7.5, 50, $1.50, 2.5, you get 2.5, 5, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57, 1.5 here, 57, 7.5, 7.5, 57, 1.5 here, Booker, 155. $10 and upon 35 and 35 and 35, 37 going to be 40, we get 2.5, we get 5, going to be 7.5, 50, not 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5 and 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, half here, half here, Booker 155. $125, 25, and 27, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 50, and 20, we get 7, going to be 10, 30, we get 30, not 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5, 37, 50, and half 40, now 40 here, 40 there, 42.5, 42.5, 5, and 45, 47.5, 47.5, 47, 50, and 47 and a half here, going to be half here, Booker 145, 11.
Remember last week when you said the Brahma, you think it's really good?
The Brahma meat? Yeah.
I said everything depends.
Depends on if you're hungry. Yeah. 7 years old here, 35, and 35, 5, and 37, 37, 50, and 30, we get 7, 37, 37, going to be 40, we get 40, and 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 50, and 5, 55, 155, $1.55, 60, $1.55, 60. You're out up here, $1.60. Chris, 155, 15. 50 cents a pound. 50, 60, and 50, 60, going to be 50, 60, going to be 50, going to be 60, 70, going to get 70 now, 80, going to be 80, going to get 90, going to be 85, going to get 90, and 92, going to be 85, going to get 90, here, going to be 85, 95, and 95, you get 95 here, 95, 95, 95, going to get 95, going to get 95, going to get 95, going to get 95 here, Terry, 90 cents a pound on number 6X.
That's how long she's got to live?
You got an 8-month break.
Went to buddy's house to watch. They're 1 and 2 years old. They're 4 and 5 months bred. $1,000. 1,000, 1,100, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 13, 13, 15, 15, 17, and 57, 17, 18, 18, 19, 18, 19, 2, and 2,000, group 19, 2, and 2,000, group 19, 2,000, group 2, group 2, group 2, group 2, 2,000, and 2,000, able to get 2,000, group 19, 2, group 2,000, group 2, now 1, 20, 100, 20, 200, 20, 300, 22, 3, 4, 2,400, 2,500. Sold them 2,400. Tate, got you. 6 and 7 years old or 5 months.
24 here.
Yep, forehead. 3 to 4 months, guys. 6, 7-year-old cows are 3 to 5 months. 1,500, 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, going to be 16, going to be half, going to be 17, going to be half, going to be 18, going to be half, going to be 18, 15, 19, and 19 and a half here, going to have 2, and 2,050, and 20, 50, 1, and 21, 21, 21 and a half here, 1 half, going to be 200, and 2, and 22 and a half here, going to have 3, and 23, 3 and a half here, going to 4, and 2,400 divide here, 24, and 2,400 here, 424, you get 4, 24, you get over 24 and a half, and 24.50. And 24 and a half, 4 and a half, you get 4 and a half, going to be 24.50, and 24 and a half, 4 and a half, you get 4 and a half, you get 4 and a half here, Chris, 2,400 on 3. 5, 6, and 7-year-olds here, 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 30, and 30, we get 2 and a half, going to be 32 and a half, 5 here, 35, 37, and 40, and 40, and 40, 40, 40, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 45, 47, and a half, 50, we get 50, 50, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 5, and 55, 57, and a half, 57, and a half, going to be 60, and $1.60 here, going to be 60, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, G5, and now $5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, 5, we get 5, S, 162 and a half, 22.
One got stuck going at the gate, it's gonna die.
I mean, shoot.
You should have kept till gate a little tighter. They got the hair line between the gate and the pipe.
Okay.
4x4.
4x4. 1,000 and 1,000 here, 1,000, we get 1,000 here, 11, 10, 1,100, 10, 11, 11, 11, 1,000, 1,100, 10, 11, 12, 11, 12, 13, we get 13, we get 13, we get 14, we get 14, we get 15, we get 15, 16, and 16, 17, we get 17, 18, 18, 19, 18, but 19, and 19, 102, and 2,000, going to be 2, going to be 2, and 2,000, we get 2, and 2,000, going to be 19, 2,000, going to be 2,000, going to be 2,000, we get 2, sold her 1,900, Chris 3. 3x6 and a 4x5. 1,500. 15 and a half. 15 and a half. Half and a half here. Going to be 15. 50. 15 and a half here. Half here. Now 16. And 16 and a half here. 17. Half. 18. Half. 18. 19. And 2. And 2001. And 22. 22. 22. 22. 2200. And 22. What about half? 2150. And 21 and a half here. Half and a half here. Going to be 2150. And 21 and a half here. 1 half and a half and a half here. Sold her 2,100. Antone. One's cheap, one's high. His English ain't real good. 6 years and 4 months. And a 5x4. Yes. Or you don't know if it's. Yep. Yep. It's all good. Okay. 6x4 and a 5x4. $1,000. One has a little rise in her back. She's going to be on there. 1,000, 1,100, and 10, 11, 1,000, 1,100, 10, 11, 10, 1,100, 11, 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 11, 1,200, and 12, 13, 13, 14, 14 and a half, and now 15, 15 and a half, and 15, going to be 1,600, going to be 1,600, going to be 1,600, and now half here, going to be 1,600, half and a half, going to be 16, going to be 100. Did you give it? Now half, 16 and a half, 17, 17 and a half, 1750. Sold her 1,700. Ricardo. Another one's too cheap and one's too high. Older cows are heavy bred. 10 by 7, 10 by 6, 10 by 7, 5 to 7 a month, guys. 10 years in their ages, 5 to 7 a month. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 21 and a half, and 21 and a half, and 2, and 22, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 3, and 23 and a half, 4, and 2,400, 4, 2,400, and 2,400 here, going to be 2,400, going to be 24, and 2,400 here, 4, now 400 here, Rab, 2,350. I remember those cows brought 1,500 that one time. So I remember a set of cows brought 1,500 one time like that. Four and a 7-year-old, $1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, about 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 750, and 67 and a half, going to be 67 and a half here, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 67 and a half here, going to be half. Chris, 165, 10. They're all ones. They're all open. $2 a pound. 210.20 and 210.20, 210.20, we get 210.20, going to be 210.20, going to be 210.20 and 210.20, 20, 30 and 230, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, 50 and 250, 60 and 250, 60, going to be 260, we get 250, 60, going to be 60, going to be 60. Here's S 250 on number 11X. Ten-year-old cows are 5 months bred. 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100 and 2,150 and 2,150 going to be 2,150 going to be 2,150 and 21.2 and 22 going to be 2.5 going to be 2.5 going to get 2.5 going to get 3 and 23 going to get 3 and a half going to be 23.50 and 23 and a half going to be 23 and a half going to be half here going to be half. Chris, 2,300, 16. Here's my kind of cow.
Yeah.
2-year-old. She got a baby? She got a baby out there somewhere, don't she? $2. 210.20 and 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210.20. Go to be 210.20 and 210.20. Go to be 210.20. Go to be 210.20. 210.20. $2 a pound. 2 and now 10. Antone, $2. You know, Prager? Nah. She got a baby somewhere. Here's her sister. You get $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, gonna be 150, 60, gonna be 150, gonna be 60, gonna get 60, gonna be 60, gonna get 60, 70, 170, 180, gonna be 80, 90, and 92, and 190, gonna be 190, gonna be 190, now 2, now 5, 205, and 210, gonna be 210, gonna get 210, gonna be 210, gonna be 210, gonna be 210, gonna be 200, gonna be 10, and tone, 205. She's a 5-year-old, guys. Here, 35, and 35, and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37, 50, and 30, you get 7 and 40, you get 40, you get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 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 50, and half 50, $1.50, you get 50, 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 you get 50. Here's on 147.50 S number 21. Five-year-old cow, 35, and 35 and 5 here, and 35 and 5 here, 37.50, and 37 and 40, you get 40, and 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, 42.50, and 40, you get 2 and a half, gonna be 40, you get 2 and a half, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45 here, 45, now 7.50, and 40, you get 7 and a half, 50, $1.50, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, and 55 here, 55 here, Kyle, 152 and a half, 21. 7 years old. She's 5 months bred. 120. 125, here 25, here 25, 30, we get 30, we get 5, we get 40, we get 45, 45, 45 here, Jonathan Round, 45, 50, another 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 55 here, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, Gibbon, 150 on 1. You having roast beef for Thanksgiving, Rob? Prime rib. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 50, now 7 and a half, 60, $1.60 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, your S, 160 on 4. Yeah, I'm 35, yeah, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 50, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 to 40, another 40, 40, 42 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, yeah, 45 here, 750 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half here now, 50, another 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, 5, and 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 5, you get 5, you get 5 here, Rab, 152 and a half. 50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound, and 50, 60, 50, 60, going to be 50, 60, going to be 50, 60, and pounds 50, 60, and 50 pounds 60, 60, 60, going to be 50, going to be 60 S, 50 cents a pound on 1.
eating all the skin. She does. God, you and Darcy are just alike. I gotta have my turkey. You gotta have my nice potato.
First bull we sold today, isn't it? $1.50. 155 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here, 35 and 35, 40, we get 35, 40, going to be 35, 40 here, 35 and 35 here, 35 there, 35, 35, 35, $35, 105, 105, 105, 10, 110, 115, 110, 115, 20, 120, 17 and a half, 20. Whole 117 and a half, 6. Yep, here 35, and 35, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 40, 35, 40, 40, 45, 5, and 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 145, 55, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 55, 60, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, $1.60, 60, going to be 60, 60, going to be 160, here's on 157, 50, whole 6. You just getting here? $55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 55, 60 there, going to be 65, going to be 60, and 55, 60, 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 2.5, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, 70, going to be 70, 70, now 2.5, and 72, 50, and 75, and 75, $5, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, you get 5, and 75, $5, you get 5, 75, you get 5, 75, here, Gibbon Bull, 172, 50. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 7 and a half, and 57, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, you get 60, you're going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you're going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 67, 50, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 6, 7, and 7 and a half, 7, 7, 7, 7, 67, $8, and a half, 7, going to be 9, going to be 9, and 9 here, now 9, 69, and $9, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, 9, Debo, 168, Debo. 55 and 55, 60 and 5, 70, 175, 75, 80, 80, 77, 50 and 77 and 750, now 80 and now 80 there, 81, 81 to 82, 81 to 81, 82, 83, 83, 83, 82, 83, same way, 182. 3 and 4 year olds or 3 and 4 months bred? 3 to 5? Here's Oklahoma State University cows. Nice cows, guys. They're short bred, 3 and 4 months, 5 months bred. 1500 and 15, 16 and 15, 1600 and 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 2000, 1 and 21, 21, 200 and 22, 3 and 23, 3, 4 and 24, 25 here, 25, 600 and 25, 6, 7 and 27, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 7 and 7, 7, 7, 7, half 8 and 2800, 27, going to be 2800 and 27, going to be 2807, 2800 and 27, going to be 2807, 2807, going to be 28. Be 8 MW 2700. 6 and 7 years old. They're 4 months. Cash right there. Going to be 1500 and 15, 16, 15, 16, 17, and 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 2, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, 4, and 24, 23, 50, and 23, 3, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 23, 50, now 4, and 2400, and 2400, 4 here, 24, 24, 24, 24, now 4, and 2400, going to be 2400, going to be 2400. Jeff, 2350 MW. 2X. 2X. Yep. Five more of these OSU cows. Yeah, pay for Mike's buyout. 5 to 7 years old. They're 4 and 5 months bred. 2000, 20, 100, and 21, and 21, and 21, and 21, and 1, 200, and 23, and 23, 3, and 23, 23, 4, and 24, 25, 2600, 25, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 800, and 27, going to be 28, 900, 8, 9, 28, 9, and 2900, going to be 29, and 3, 29, 3, and 29, 50, and 9, 50, now 3, and 2000, 3000, 3000, 3000, 3, and 2000, going to 3000, going to be 3, Johnny, yeah, 3, and now 3,000, now 30, 50, and 30, 50, going to be 30, 50. Did you bid 3,000, Johnny? Now half. 30, 50, 30, 50, 30, 50, and 30 and a half here. Ellison, 3,000. 1 and 2 year olds are 4 and 5 months. You got some horn to them? $1,000. 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 12, 100, 13, 13, 14, 14, 1500, 1600, 17, 17, 1800, 18, going to be 17, give 18, 18, match out, 18, 1800, what about half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half here, 1750, did you do it? 17 and a half, 18, 1800, 18, going to be 18, but 18, going to be 1800, 1800, not half, 18 and a half here, 18 and a half, going to be 1850, 18 and a half here, have a half, going to be 18 and a half, going to be 1850, 18 and a half, now 19, and 1900 there, 19, bit of 19, bit of 19, bit of 19, going to be 1900, and 1900 here, 19, bit of 19, going to be 1900. Showtime, 1850. Two and 3 year olds are 4 and 5 months. Yeah. Pretty good cow right there. All right, right there, here, 1500, and 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, going to be 16, going to be 17, 18, going to be 19, 2, and 1, and 22, 22, 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 300, and 22, 50, and 22 and a half here, now 300, 3, 350, and 3 and a half, 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24, 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24, 50, and 24 and a half here, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24, going to be half, 2450. Tate, 2400. Tate. 4 and 5 years old. They're 4 and 5 years old, 4 or 5 months bred, 4 to 6 months. Oh, we should change your program up a little bit up there.
There's one cow in there if you don't like her bag. That's all.
One cow you don't like her bag? Which one is she? They're all pretty good to me. 1,500, 15 and a half, 15 and a half, have it a half here, half there, here, have it a half, going to be 15.50, and 1,600 a half, and 16 and a half, going to be 16 and a half, going to be 17, going to be 17.50, and 17 and a half here, have it a half, going to be 17 and a half, 18, 1,800 a half here, 18 and a half here, 18, going to be half a 19, and 1,900, and 19, you get 19, you get 19, going to be 19, this side's all out, 1,900, and 19, and 19, a half, and 19 and a half here, out of line, 19.50, and now 2, and 2,000, able to get 2,000, able to get 2,000, going to be 20.50, and 20 and a half here, 50 and a half here, going to be 20.50, out of line, 20.50, and 20.50 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 20.50, and 20 and a half here, half here, half here, going to be half, sold them at 2,000, MW.
That said bred to Angus bulls and beef master bulls. I know why. Yeah.
5 to 7 years old, they're 4 and 5 months bred, guys. Still working these old shoe cows.
Nice deal, John.
It is a nice deal. All right, here, 2,000, 2050, and 2050, 20 and a half, 2100, and 2100, and 2100, and 2100, 2100 here, 2100, and 21, and 2100, 2100 here, 2100, and 21 and a half, and 21 and a half, now 2150, now 2, and 23 to get 2, and 22 and a half here, now 3, and 23 to get 3, and a half here, 4, and 2400 here, 24 to get 4, 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, 5, and 2,500 here, 5, 2,500, and 2,550, and 25 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 2,600, and 2,600 here, 5 of the bag, going to be 26 and a half, and 26 and a half here, going to be 26.50, and 26 and a half, and 26 and a half here, half here, half here, you get half here, going to be half, sold them 2,600, MW3. 9 and 10 years old, 5 and 6 months. Pretty nice set of cows, guys. 9, 10 years old, 5 and 6 months bred. You got mail in tone?
This is Are they bringing you mail?
I don't know. We'll just sell them. 9, 10 years old or 5 and 6 months bred. 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 2, and 2001, and 2,100, and 2,100, half, and 2,150, not 2, and 23, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3, and 23, not 3, 23, 3, and 23, 23, and a half, and 23.50, and 23 and a half, you get 23 and a half, here, half here, going to be 23.50, you get 23 and a half, here, half here, not 23.50, and 20. Going to be 23 and a half here. Robert Stotts, 2,300. Nice cows, Robert. Vickery. I saw that JV brand. Jimmy Vickery. Yeah. Same town. All the tickets in. No, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine. Just
going to go ahead and announce what these are.
9 and 10 years old, 4 and 5 months.
Okay.
1,500 and 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, 1,600. I'll spin them, Antone, spin them one time. 16 and a half, and half, 17, and 17 and a half, 17, 18, half, 19, half, 2,000. Now 1 and 2,100, and 2,100, 100. Here, going to be 2,100. You out of line. 2,100 and 2,100. 2,100 here. 1. Sold them 2,000. Chris 5. Open cows right there here, 120, 122.50, and 20, we get 2 and a half, group 22 and a half, group 22 and a half, 5, and 25, 7 and a half, 730, we get 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 37, 50, 40, and 40, 40, 2 and a half, group 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, we get 7 and a half, group 47 and a half, group 47 and a half, and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 47, Umberto, you're out, 147.50, sold 145, Booker 11.
Roy Trenton. That's the only one I care about. He's here. Roy Trenton.
Dollar. 105 and 105 here. Going to be 105. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. $1 pound. Going to be $1. Going to be $1. Going to be $1. 50, 60, 50, 60, 70, 70, 80, 5, 90, 90. Yes, 85 1.
Yep.
Mouth.
9, 10 years old, 5 and 6 months. 5 and 6 months bred, gentlemen. Right there we go. Right there, here, 17 and a half, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20, 50. You 20 hand of 1, 21, 21, 21 and a hand, 21, 50, and 21 hand, 21 hand, 21, 50 hand, a hand, now 2, and 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22, 50, now 3, and 23, 53, and 23, 100, 23, now 3, 100, now 3, 23, 53, out of line, and 2300, and 23, 50, and 23, 104, and 24, going to be 24, going to be 24, going to be 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 2500, 2500, 25, Robert Trout, 2550, and 25 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 2550. You 25 and a half here, going to be 5 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 25, going to be half. Stots, 2500.
That's Roy right there.
9 and 10 years old, 5 to 6 months. Here's another one, just a gate cut, 5 and 6 months, guys. Some 7 months, some heavy red cows on there, guys. Right there, you're going to be 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19 and a half, and 19 and a half, going to be 2,000, going to be 20, 15, now 1, here, going to be 2, going to get 3, going to get 3, now 3, 4, and 24, and 24, 24, 24, 24, 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, 5, 50, and 25 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 25, 50, get 25 and a half, here, going to be 5 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, and 25, 50, and 25, you out of here now, 25 of the bag, going to be 25 of the bag, going to be 25, going to be half. Stots 2,500. 9 and 10 years old, 5 to 6 months, 5 to 7. Heavy bred guys, 5 to 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 21, 50, and 21 and a half here, have and a half here, 2,200 and a half, 2,250, and 22 and a half, 3 and a half, and 23 and a half, 4, and 24, 24 and a half, 25 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, 2,600, and 2,600, and 2,600, going to be 26, Robert Chow, 2,600, and 25 and a half, going to be 6 and a half, and 26 and a half here, have and a half, going to be 26 and a half, you ain't going to get any of them, and 26 and a half, and 26 and a half here, have and a half, going to be 26.50, and 26 and a half here, half here, half here, going to be half. Sold them 2,600. Stotts. Kelsey, that little red baby still alive? Good. Don't tell me if it does not live. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 55, 57, 7, 57, 50, and 55 here, 55 there, 55, 50. $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, 50, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half D, 150, 10. Talking to me? I got you. You're good. No, $1.50 D10, not $1.10 D50. She's trying to help you out, Brad. $135, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, going to be 40, not 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, and 45, 47, 50, $1.52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and now 60, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 62 and a half, sold 160 on Booker. Okay. 6 years and 4 months. 1,500, and 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, 16, 17, 18, 19, 1950, and 19.2, and 2,000, going to be 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, not 2, and 2,200, 22, and 2,200, and 22, to get 3, and 23 to get 3, and 400, and 24 to get 5, and 2,500, 5 to get 500, 24, 5, and 2,500, 5 to get 500 here, Ellison, 2,400. Seven years and 5 months, 2,000. 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, 2,100, 100, here, going to be 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, here, 2,000, here, and 2,100, 7 by 5, guys, 2,100, and 2,100, 21, outside, 2,000, Chris, number 4. $0.05 a pound. 10 cents a pound. What'd you say? We'll get you a bar of soap. You'll have the taco truck open Thanksgiving Day. 10 cents a pound. Robert, are you trying to bid on her? She's got a horrible bad eye. I guess she is. 15 cents a pound. 20 cents a pound. 20 cents a pound. Sold her 15S2. Robert got a taco truck too up there. He's gonna start one up, isn't he? 125.30 and 25.30 and 25.30 and 25. You get 30, 25. Group 30, 25. Group 35 here, 35 here. You get 40. Another 40. You get 42 and a half. Group 2 and a half. Group 2 and a half. 42.50 and 40. You get 2 and a half. Group 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Group 2 and a half here. So 140 on Booker. Yeah, my grandma used to cook that stuff. It's pretty good. Quail, rabbit. All right, right there here, 275.80 and 275, group 280 and 75, group 280, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 285 and 285 here, 85 here, Terry, 280, 11. Goodbye, Terry. Finally got one I like. $0.10 a pound, 20 cents a pound. 10, 20, 30, and 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50, we get 50, 50, 60, and now 70, we get 70, good 80, now 75, and 75, 80, 80, 75, give 80, and 75, good 80, 75, good 80 here, 75, give 80 here, sold her 75, Chris 12. Three years and 5 months. She got that little red Angus gene in her back, don't she? $1.20. She's still 3 by 5, 125. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, we get 30, now 5, 35, 40, going to be 145, and 50, we get 55, 55, 55, 60, $1.55, 60, there, going to be 160, and 5, and to get about 70, going to be 175, and 75, 80, 85, 85, so 180, Nitzel, 180 on Nitzel. 125, 30, and 25, 30, 25, we get 30, 125, we get 30, 135, 30, and 25, we get 30, 125, we get 35, 40, 145, 45, 45 here, 45, 50, $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 60 there, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 60, here's on 155, Kyle 21. Eight by, what do you say? 8 by 6. 8 by 7 plus $1,000, 1,000 and 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100 and 10, 11, 11, 12 and 12 and 30, we get 13, we get 14, we get 14, we get 15, we get 1,500 and 1,500, 1,600 and 15, going to be 16. You bet, Antone, 1,600 and 15, 16 and 15, going to be 1,600, we get 16, going to be 17 and 17, we get 17, going to be 17, we get 17, going to be 1,700 and 17, 18, 18, 19 and 19. 18, we get 19, going to be 19, we get 19, 19, going to be 18, 19. Soder, 1,800, Ricardo. 8-year-old, she's 5 months, cash right there, 8 by 5 right there, you're going to be 17, 18, and 17, 18, 1,800, 18, 19, 18, 1,900, and 19, we get 19, 2,000, and 2,000, going to be 2, 1, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 22, 122, 3, and 23, we get 3, 4, and 24, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, you give us sold, 2,400 on Chris 5. Well, time 55 and 55 and 55. You get 55, 55, 55, 7, 57. Going to be 60. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. 5 and 5, 7 and a half, 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 70. Now 70 and now 70. You're going to be 70. You get 70. You get 70. You're going to be 70. Now 70. 8, 9 and now 9 and now 9. You get 9. Now 9, 79. Here's 70 and 71, 71, 71, 71, 71 and $70 here. 71, 71, 71, 71, 71. You get 71. $1 sold. 170 Debo. He retired, Antone. He hung up his cane and ain't never doing it again. Hey, look at here. Hey, yours, Roy? $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 125, 30, and 25, we get 30, we get 5, we get 40, we get 5, we get 45, 45 here, 50, $1.45, 50, and 45, 53, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, now 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, sold 150, Gibbon Bull. That's what Texas should have been called, Texas Shorthorns. $65 and 65 and 70, $1.70, we get 70, we're gonna be 70, we get 70, now 70 and 75 and 2.5, 72 and a half, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 750 and 77 and a half, now 77 and a half, gonna be 77.50 and now 80 here, 80, give 80, give 80, 180, 8, 9 and 79 now 80 and 980, we get 981 here, 81, 81, 81 here, sort of 180 Debo, 180. $75, here's 75, 80, and 75, 77, 77, 77, 80, now 82 and a half here, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 35, 85 here, 85, 7, 87 here, going to be 87, 87, $88, 87, 89, 89, 89, 89, 89 here, 89, going to be 89, 89, 89 here, 89, going to be 9 here, sold 188, Debo. Antone.
I asked my butcher lady, I said, I need a butcher date. She goes, I can't do it till December 17th. Gotta find somebody else. I'll find somebody. Yeah? I'm gonna call this guy after the sale, then if he says no, then maybe we'll see.
Here's some 9, 10-year-old cows, guys. Mostly 10. They are 4 to 5 months. 4 and 5 months, cows right there, here, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, here, 2,150, and 2,200 and a half, and 22 and a half, 22 and a half, and 23, and 23, and 22.53, and 23.50, and 23 and a half, and a half, you're going to be 4, and 2,400, and 24, going to be 24, going to be 24, going to be 24.50, and 24 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, going to be 24.50. It's 24 and a half here, half here, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24, going to be half, sort of at 2,400. Chris 5, 2,400. You going to Sonic? Older cows here, cows out there here, 35, and 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 37, man, 37, man, 37 to 40, and 40, you get 2.5, 45, 47 and a half, 50, and 52 and a half, you get 2.5, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5, you get 5 here, Booker, 152 and a half, 11.
Yes. You got a big one coming up? Is there? Good.
Good, good. We had to go to this. You see 10-year-old cows and they're 5 and 6 months. There's going to be 30-something in this draft. What are we working on? Darren Base. Be the Darren Base cows. Every one of them black and black boldies, right? Pretty nice cows, Mr. Base. 10 years old, 5 months bred. 5 to 7. I see 1 7 on there. 5 to 7 months. 2,000. 2050 and 2050, 20 and a half here, 2050 and a half here, you're going to be 2050 outside, 2050, 20 and a half here, half here, you're going to be 2050 and a half here, bit of that here, you're going to be 2050 and 20 and a half, and 2050, 50 and a half here, you're going to be 2050 and 1, and 21, 21, 21 and a half, and 21, 2, you're going to be 22, you're going to be 22, 50, and half 3, you're going to get 3, and 23 and a half, 4, and 24, 24, 24 and a half, you're going to be 24 and a half, 5, and 2,500, and 25 to get 5, and 25 to get 5, and 25 to get 500, and 25, and 2,500, here to 5 to get 5, here's 5, and 2,500, here to 5 to get 2,500, and 25 to get 5, 25 to get 5, here, so about 2450 starts. More of the base guys are bred to black Angus bulls. Hanky Roy bred back to black Angus bulls. They're a nice set of old. I know they're older guys, but they're in pretty good shape. A little bigger frame cows, guys. They're heavier bred. 6, 7 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100. 21, 21, 21 and a half. 2, now 2, we get 3, and 23, we get 3, and 4, and 24 and a half. Going to be 24 and a half, 5, and 25, 50, and 25 and a half. Going to be 2,600. Going to be 2,600, and 25 and a half. Going to be 26, and 26 and a half, and 26 and a half here, half here, and half here, 7, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 2,700, and 27, and 2,700, and 27. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. Going to be 7. Ellison, 26 and a half. Here's the open cows. 135, and 35, you go 35, 35, 37, man, 37, man, going to be 40, you're going to get 2 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45, and 47, man, 47, man, 47, man, 47, man, going to be 47, 50, and 47, 50, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, John, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 5, 53, 5, 55, 55, and 55, 55, John, 3 out, 4, 5, 55, and 55, and 5, 55, 55, 6, and 55, 56, 7, and 7, and 56, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 here, going to be 7 here, so 156, Booker straight. William T here, 35, and 35 and a 5 here, 35, 37, 50, and 37 man, 37 man, 37 man, 37 man, 37 man, going to be 37, 50, and half 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 42 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 45, and 45, 47, 50, and 40, we get 7 and a half, now 50, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 52, 50, and 52 and a half, what about that here, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, what about you, 51, and 51, and 50, 51, here, another one, here, another one, 51, 51, 51, so 150. Chris 13. Put them on number 20. Gotcha. Here is a 4 and a 5-year-old. 135. 135, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, and 35, 40, 135, 45, 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, now 50, now 5, and 55, 55, 60, and now 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 5, and 65, not 5, not 5, 70, 175, and 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, you get 5 here, sort of 180, Chris, 3X. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27, 50, and 20, 57, going to be 20, and 7, 7, 7, 30, 32, and going to be 2, and 5, and 35, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 37, going to be 37, 7, 7, going to be 37 and a half here, Cav, 135, nothing.
When is going to be the last sale? 17.
17.
That'll be the last one. And that's not going to be to the when? To the third, fourth?
5th.
Ooh, 30 some days out.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We'll be so broke.
Wait now.
135, and 35, and 35, 35, 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, 40, and 45, 40, 50, and $55, 55, 55, $55, $55, $55, and 55, and 55, 60, and $60 there, going to be 60 here, Kyle, 155, 21, X, pin him with the 21s. Spend $100 a day over the break, $2,000. Yeah, I'll be needing to come back to work. Spend $100 a day, $2,000.
No, they're not making. They need to have it.
I'm gonna go be a Santa Claus. It's a little side gig.
Well, I'll be riding the side collecting money.
$1.50. 52.50, 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 about 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, as you get 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 5, you get 5, now 5, 5, now 5, 5, 65, you get 5 here, 5, you get 5, you get 5, you get 5, you get 5 here, that's 162 and a half, 5.
As soon as the day's over, we share cap to cap.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
We can start with the church. You know, we go church by church, church by church.
Sure. 6 to 10 years old here, 35. And 35, you give out 35, 35, 37 pound, 37 pound, 40, now 40, 42 and a half, 45, and now 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 52 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 250, and 52 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, yeah, 55, 35, and 55, 55, 55, 55, sold, 153, Booker, 11.
Get it 1 and 1. 1 and 1. 1 and 1.
75 cents a pound. 75.80 and 75 group 80 75 group 80 75 group 85 85 and 90 group 90 90 group 85 group 90 85 and 90 group 85 and 90 group 85 group 90 group 85 group 90 sold 85 S1. $10 a pound. 2 5 5 cents a pound. Christopher, you interested in giving 5? Anybody interested in giving a nickel? We sold her 2 pennies a pound. That's 1. $125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, and 27.50, and 7.50 and a half, 30, you get 30, not 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, you get 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 35, 7.50, and 37, good to be 40, you get 42 and a half, good to be 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, another 52 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, what about 1, 2, and 51, 2, 3, and 53, you get 3, 4, here, 53, you get 4, 53, you get 4, 53, you get 4, 53, you get 4, Booker, 153, 11. $120, you get 250, and 20, you get 2 and a half, group 20, you get 2 and a half, group 22 and a half, group 20, that 2 and a half, group 22, 55, and 25, 7 and a half, 7 to 30, you get 32 and a half, 32, 50, and 32 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 45, $1.45, $1.45, sold $1.40, Alberto. You done, Wendy Lou? What you been doing all morning? Six and an 8-year-old, 35. 35, and 35, you give out 35, 37, 40, and 40, 40, 40, and 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 47, 47, 50, 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, 60, and now 60, you get 60, Rob, you're out, 60, you get 60, you're going to be 60, you're going to be 60, Chris, 57 and a half, 10. Here's your cows, Roy. Were those last 2 his? Okay, here's Roy's cows. 10 years old, 5 and 6 months. He always tops the market when he brings his calves in town. They're going to be good little blacks and white face cattle. 7 months, 6, 7 months, guys. Bred back to black and Hereford bulls, right, Roy? Hereford. Bred to Hereford bulls, guys. You're going to have them super baldies. 2,000, 20, 100, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 200, and 22, 23, and 23, 3 and a half, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 50 and a half, 4, and 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 2,500, and 25, 5, and 25, 50, and 25, going to be 25, going to be 25, going to be 2,600, and 2,600, and hand 26 here, going to be 2,600, going to be 2,600 and a half, and 26 and a half, and 26 and a half here, going to be half here, going to be 26 and a half. Ellison, 2,600. Is that all you had, Roy? Did you have some more? 2 more? Oh. Well, who else's idea would it be? If I told my wife to cut her hair off, do you know what I wouldn't be good? Huh? Yeah. I do not want to go back to that house. These bred? Yep. 10 years old, 4 and 5 months bred. These cows just need some new groceries. Just need a little wheat, guys. This web cows, guys. I'm gonna start them by the head. $1,000. 1,000 and 1,000 and 1,000. Little wheat project for somebody. You're going to be 10, 11, and 10, 11, 12, and 12, and 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 16, and 17. You're going to be 17, 18, 18, 1900, 18, 19, 18, 19, going to be 18, bit 19, and 19. Tear your out, 19, and 19, 19, 19, 19, 19, going to be 1900. Rab, 1,800. Can you call Paula? Paula Sue, can you see if Roy Trenton is all sold out? I know he just had a draft of 9 and he said he has 2 more. 2 left. Thank you. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5, 25, and 25 here, 25 there, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 20, and 20, 20 there, going to be 120, going to be 122 and a half, going to be 22, 50, and 20, we can do and a half here, Cav, that's 120. $0.30 a pound, and 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35, 40, and 40, and 45, you get 45, 50, you get 50, you get 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 65, and you get 70, you get 75, now 75, 75, 80, 85, 85, you get 85, 90, and 90, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, you get 95, you get 95, you get 95, you get 95, and 95, and 95, and 95, here you get 95, you get 95, you get 95, you get 95, you get 90, 95, here, sort of 90. S2X. I got it. You need to go on.
190 S2X. Ugh, whose were those?
Here we go. Here's Carl's pairs. It's Brammer's. Brammer pair. Oh, Hereford. Got a Hereford baby. Looky here. My goodness. They are good calves, ain't they? All right, right there, here, 2,500 and 25, yeah, 25 and 25, 2,500 and 25 and 27.50 and 27.7 and 27 and 27 and going to be 27.50 and 27 and a half here, going to be 27.50 and 27 and a half here, going to have a half here, hold you 27.50 and 27 going to be 27. Anybody else want to play? 27 and a half, 27.50 and 27 and a half here, now 3 and 3,000, going to get 3 and 3,000, going to get 3,000, 3 and 3,000, 2,800 and 28, 29 and 28. 28, 9, 28, 9, 2,900, and 28, 900, going to be 28, 9, and 2,900, and 29, and 28, going to be 900, going to be 28, 900, going to be 28, 9. Sold them, 2,800, Chris 7. You got the papers on them? You want the papers? Cost you another 1,000. Just thought I'd try, Carl. This another one of yours, Carl? This another one? No. 50. 50 cents a pound. 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 65, 65, 70, 70, 70, 75, and 75, 80, and 75, going to be 85, 85, 85, and 90, 90, 90, 85, 90, 85, 95, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, S190. What's going on back here, Antone? What's going on back here?
Everybody got money. There's a little bit, come on. Hey! Okay, I watch you. Hey! Trust me, I'm not gonna let it get me. Hey, come on. Hey!
Buck 35, and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 40, and 45, you get 45, you get 50, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, here, Booker, 155.
Tonight, grandma's out there all over, Johnny. 1, 2, 3, 3 or 4 more grandmas tonight.
Three years old here, daughter 50. 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, and 55, 60, and if I has it, 70, could be 70, now 5, now 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, and 95, 2, could be 2, now 2, now 5, and 210, could be 2, 10, 2, 15, 2, 15, 20, and 225 here, and now 30, and 235, 35, 235, 235, and 35, 5 here, S, 230, 11X. Need mail in, Tone. 135 and 35. You can 35, 35 half and 37 going to be 40. You get 2 and a half. You get 5. Going to be 47 50 and half. 50. You get 50 down 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 50. You get 2 and a half 5 and 55. 57 and a half. 57 about 60 and down 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Good 1. As you get 1. Has it get 1. Get 1. Get 1. Get 1. Get 1. Get 1. S 160 on 5.
I cut my beard off this weekend. Do I look younger? Do I look younger? Yep. Not as young as her, though. No. Never.
135 and 35. You can 35, 35, 35, 35 half and 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 40 and 40 40 40 and 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 5 and 45 45 45 45 47 50 and 47 and 50. You get 50. You get 50. You get 50. You get 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 250 and 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half 5 and 55 and 55. You get 55 55 55 55 55 55 55 55 here D 152 and a half 2. Order my miles right there, here, 35 and 35. You get 35, 37, 37, 37, 40 and 40, 40, that 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 45, 45, 45, 47, 47, 50 and 50, 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. 52, 50 and 52 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. 52 and a half here, Booker, 150, 11. All 5-year-olds here, guys, right there, 155 and 55 and 55. You get 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 about 60. Now 60. Now 2 and a half, 62 and a half, 5 and 5, and 5, now 5, 65 and $5, 5, S 162 and a half, 21. $35 and 35. You get 40 and 45. You get 45. You get 50 to 5 and 55, 52 and a half, 52 and a 5, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 50. You get 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57. Going to be half. Booker 155.
He got hooked today. He did. Oh. Y'all been here 5 years? I guess we started right around.
135 and 35. You get 35, 37 and 37 and going to be 40. You get 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and 47 and 47 and 47 and 47, 50 and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, $1.50 and 50, 50, 50, you get 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 50 here D 147 and a half on 2. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 20, and 30, and 30, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 35, and 35 here, 35 there, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50, and 7 and 40, we get 40, we get 45, 1, and 41, 41, 41, 2, 43, 44, 45, and 46, and 46, 7, 48, 49, 49, 50, $1.53, 49, 50, and 45, we get 50, 45, we get 50, we get 50, 45, we get 50, 45, we get 59 here, 50, so 149, Booker, 11.
Okay.
Six-year-olds here, 35, 40, and 35, 40, and 35, 45, 5, and 45, 50, jiggy 50, 100, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 60, 55, 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 55, 65, 55, you 5 and 5, 65, 65, 65, here's on 160, Kyle 21. Okay, got a little lump jaw. Should be on there. $1. 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. 105 and 105. Good to get 5. 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 105. 105. 105. 105. 10 and now 10 and now 10. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Terry Jabid 110. Cavanis X 105. Five years and 5 months. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. 1,100. 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 1,200. And 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Not 2. And 2,000. And 2,000. 19, 2. And 2,000. Yeah, Roy. 19, 2. And 2,000. 1. And 21, 21, 21. Not 2. And 2,200. 2. Now 3. And 23, 3, 4. And 2,400. 23, 4. Going to be 23, 4. 5. And 25. And 2,500. 5. 6 and 25, 600, hey, 5, going to be 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, hey, 5, going to be 6, NW, 2,500. $5 and 105, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 105 and 100 out of 5 here, going to be 105, we get 5 and 10, going to be 110, 15 and 20, and 5 and 30 and 20, 30, 125, we get 30, 25, going to be 30, we get 30, we get 30, 125, we get 30, 125, we get 30. Booker 125, 12. Rob, did you go fishing this weekend? That's not what I asked. $10 years, 4 months. 1,500, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, and a half here, going to be 1,550, and 15 and a half here, wake out, 110, 20. 110, 20, and 110, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, we get 35 here, buck 35, and 35 here, 40, 145, and 45 here, 45, we get 45, we get 50, $1.50, and 50 and a half, 5 here, 55, 60, there, 55, 60, there, going to be 60, so 155, Chris, 5. Three-year-old, she's crippled, 135. 135, 40, and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 35, you get 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 140, 145, 5, and 45, 45, 42 and a half, 42, 50, and 40, you get 2 and a half, going to be 40, you get 2 and a half, going to be 40, you get 2 and a half here, Booker, 140, 12, straight. pound, $5, and $105 here, good $105, $5, $105, $5 here, good $105, $105, $105, 10, and $110, 15, and 10 and 15, good $110, 15, good $110, 15, as $110, 1. Roll Tide. 65, and 65, and 65, and 65, 67, 50, and 7, going to be 7, going to be 7, going to be 7, going to be 7, and now 70, and now 70, going to be 70, going to be 70, going to be 970, and now 70, and 9 here, going to be 70, going to be 70, going to be 70, sold 169, Gibbon Bull. $135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 7-year-old, 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 35, 40, 35, 45, and 45, 50, we get 55, 55, 55, 60, $1.60 there, 5, going to be 60, 5, now 5, 65, and 65, and 65, 70, going to be 175, and 75 here, sold 170, D, 10. Five years and 5 months. Good little Hereford cow. 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, 16, 17, 18, but 18, 1,800, 17, 18, 1,819, and 19, 2001, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100, 1, now 2, now 3, and 23, 3, 4, and 2,400, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, Roy's at 2,400, and 24, and 23, 50, 23 and a half, half here, bit half here, going to be 23.50 and 23 and a half here, sold her 2,300. Chris 3. I got a V8 engine. Whatever. It's turbo diesel. Steer, $1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55. You give 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 65 and now 65, 70. Going to be 170. Going to be 170. $1.70. Going to get 70. Going to get 70. Going to get 70. Going to be 70. Antone 165. Here, did he? There's one good animal. $1.50. $1.55 and 55. You get 2.5 and 50. That's 2.5. Going to be 52 and a half. You get 2.5. Going to be 2.5. You get 2.5. Going to be 2.5. You get 5 and 57 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and 60. And now 2.5. You get 2.5. Going to be 2.5. You get 5 and you get 5. And you get 5. 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 You get 5 and 65 D. 162 and a half. 10. 9 years and 5 months coming in. 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 15.50, 15 and a half here, half here, boy, she's 9, she's 5 months, save it calf, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half here, 16, and now half here, 17, 1,700, and 17, going to get 17, going to get 17, going to be 17, Rab, 16.50. Seven years and 5 months, right there, 2,000 and 2,100 and 2,100, 21, 21, and 2,100, here, going to be 21 and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100 here, 21 and 2, 21, 2, 3, 23 to get 3, 23 to get 4, 24 to get 4, 23 to get 4, now 5, 20, 500, and 20 a little quicker next time, and 25 to get 5, and 25 to get 5. Here's order 2400, Chris, number 5.
You got 2 more for Roy Tritton.
5 years and 5 months. She wild. $1. Ain't got time to mess with no wild bred females. $1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 190. So at 180, Chris 4. Yeah, hot sauce. She's crippled, $1. 105 and 105 here. Good to 105. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5. 105 and 105 here. Good to 105. To get 5 and 10. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. 15 and 10 and 15. 20 here. Good to be 25 and 25. 25. 25. 25. Now 5 here. Good to 5 here. Good to 5 to get 5 here. Cabinets 120. X. Roy, it could be a while on your other 2. They're in the jackpot pen, mixed with 500 other cows. So if you've got nothing to do the rest of the day, you can sit put right there. Or if you've got to go Christmas shopping with your wife, you might come back in a couple hours. Huh? Sell them next week. 10 years and 6 months, $1. 110 and 110, 20 and 110, 20. Going to be 10, 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 20. Going to be 110, 20, 30 and 20, 30 and 30, 40, 50 and $140, 50, 50, 140, 50, 140, 50, 140, 50, 140, 50, 60. $60, Robert. $60, you're out, Robert. $70, Kermit, you're out. $80, 90. $2, $2.10, $2.10. So $2, Robert Stotts. 2,600, ain't it? Yep. Yep.
That's your neighbor, ain't it? He's got good resources, don't he? Is it a pivot? Where's his stuff at? Which way? East of town?
10 by 6. $1. 110 and 110. Good to be 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 110. 20 and 10, 20 and 20, 30. Even to get 30. Even to get 40. Even to get 50. 140, 50. $1.40, 50. $1.50. 150. 140. Even to get 50. 140, 50. 140, 50. $1.40, 50. Even to get 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 50. Here, sold 140 Stotts. 6 years old here, 52 and a half, and 50, even to get 250, and 50, not 2 and a half, 50, not 2 and a half, 50, 250, and 50, even to get 2 and a half, going to be 50, 150, even to get 50, even to get 50, even to get 50, 30, 35, 135, and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, $1, 105, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 125, to get 30. How'd I miss her so bad? 125, to get 30. So 125. Gibbon X. Crippled. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 30, 40 and 35, 40, 35, 40, 40, 40. You get 40, you get 45, 45, 45, 50 and 53. You get 7 and a half, 50. You get 52 and a half, 2 and a 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. You get 5 and 55. You get 5, 750 and 57, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 60 and a half, 60. You get 60 and a half, 62 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Book 160. 35 and 35. You give out 35, 37 and 37 and 37 and 37, 50 and 30. You get 7 and 40 and 40 and 42 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 5 and 45, 45, 47 and 47 and 47 and 47 and 47, 50 and 40. You get 7 and going to be 40. You get 7 and here. Given 145, 1. Buck 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 40, and 45. You get 45. You get 50 and 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half. Going to be 60 and now 60 now 1. As you get 1, 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 get 1 here. Booker 160.
Halfway down. 400 cows left.
135 and 35. You give out 35, 35 half and 35, 40. You get 35, 45. You get 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 45, 50. $1.55 and 55, 60. $1.65 and you get 5. How's it get 5? Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Huh? 5. 5. 65. You got her. 62 and a half. Gibbon. 1. Hey, look at here. $1. 105 and 105 and 105. You get 5 and 10. You get 10. You get 15. You get 20. You get 5. You get 30. You get 30 and 30 and 25 and 35, 35, 40. You get 45, 45, 45, 50 and 45. You get 50, 45. You get 50, 145. You get 50, 145. You get 50, 145. You get 50. Booker 145. Dollar bid 105 and 105 here. Good 105. You get 5. 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 105. 105. 105. You get 5. 105. 105. 105 and 105. And $105 and 100 pound. 50 cents a pound. Bad-eyed cow. 60 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. 60. 70. 80. 75. 75. 80. 5. It's ordered 80. S1. S2. $135 and 35. You get 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 40 and 40. You get 2 and a half. Good 2 and a half. You get 45, 45, 45, 47, 50 and 40. You get 7 and a half, 50. $1.53. You're going to be 152 and a half. You get 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here. Half here. Cabinets 155, 3. 7 years and 4 months. 7 by 4, pretty good rip. 2,000, 2,100 and 21 and 2,100. 2,100. 2,100. 2,100. And 2,100. 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 and 25, 6 and 26, 7 and 7 and 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 now 7 and 26 and a half. 26 and a half. Here's holder 2,600. Chris 3. Carl, what you out doing? Wandering? Huh. 35, yeah, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 37, 40, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, 47, 50, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, and 50 and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, Jonathan, you're out, 52, 50, and 50, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half here, 52 and a half, 5, now 5, 155, 155, D, 52 and a half, 2. Old cow here, hey, 25. Yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, and 30, even get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, even get 5, 37, 50, and 30, even get 7 and a half, 37 and a half, half 40, and half 40, even get 2 and a half, going to be 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45 here, 45 here, even get 5. Chris, 42 and a half, 13.
Shade Tree, you want to work the ring today? Just sit on that stool? Wouldn't be a bad idea. Just got to work the switch. 2x4. Oh, I don't know. Dollar. She's not real good. Dollar pound. $1.10, 20, 120, 110, 120. Does anybody else like to bet on her? 110, 120. Got you. You got her 110, Ricardo. She might be the highest one we sold today.
$125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 20, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 20, 10, 30. Now 2 and a half, now 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half here, canvas 135, 7. $125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27, and 50, and 20, going to 7 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 27, 50, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, going to get 30, 30, now 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half here, D, 135, 1. Oh. $135, and 35, and 37, 50, and 30, going to 7 and a half, going to be 45, 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 45, 47 and a half, 50, and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and now 60, and now 60, John, your house, 60, and now 60, going to get 60, going to be 60, going to get 60, going to be 60, going to get 60 here, Booker, 57 and a half. $125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 5 here, $25 pound, 105 and a 5 here, going to be 105, 10, going to be 110, 15, 20, 125, 125, 30, 130, 5, 40, 145, 50, $1.45 to get 50. So at 145, Chris. Straight. You think she's bred? Mm-hmm. I think she's open. €3, $1.50. $1.50, 60, $8.50, 60, going to be 150, 60, going to be 150, 60, 70, 170, 180, 190, going to be 190, going to get 2, now 190, going to get 2, and 90, going to get 2, and 190, going to get 2, going to be 190, going to get $2, going to be 190, going to get 2, Chris, 190, 3X. Sorry, Robert. My bad.
7 and open here. 35 and 35, 40 and 35. You get 40 now. 35. You get 40, 45 and 45. You get 50 there. You're going to be 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5 and 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 55, 750 and 57, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60 and a half, 60. You're going to get 60. You're going to be 60. You're going to get 60 D. 157 and a half, 2. Nine years and she's upon here. 35 and 35 and 35 and 37, 50 and 30, 7 and 40 and 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and 47 and 50 and half, 50, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, half here, S 155, 5. $52 and a half, 50, 52 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, bit of that here, half 5, and 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half here, D, 155, 2. Eight-year-old, she's 6 months. 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, going to be 15.50, 15 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 15 and a half here. Anybody else? 15 and a half, 15.50, 15 and a half here, half here, going to be half. Sold her 1,500, Ricardo. Four years and 4 months. You get 15 on her. You give 1,000. 1,100 and 10, 11. You get 10, 11, 11 on 10, 11, 12, and 12 and 13. You get 13. You get 13, 12, 13, and 12 and 13. You get 13. You get 13, 14. You get 14. You get 14. You get 14. You get 14. 1,400 and 13, 14, and 1,400 by there. You get 14. You get 14. You get 14. You get 14. Going to be 1,400. Tate 1,300. 75 cents a pound, and 75.80, and 75, going to be 80, 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 75, now 85, 85 and 90, 95, 95, 95, $1, $1.05, going to be 105, going to be 110, going to be 110, but 10, 15, and 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 30, 30, 125, 30, 135, 135, 135, 135, 40, 135, 40, 135, 40, 135, 40, sold 135, Alberto. Four no pun, $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 55, 65, and 70, going to be 75, and 75, 80, 80, and 75, 80, and 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 80, and 75, going to be 80, 80, sold, 175, Chris, 3X. What is this, Ricardo? 10-year-old guys, 135. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50, and 30, 75, going to be 30, and 7, 37, 40, and half 40, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45, you get 5, and 45, you get back. Cabinets, 142 and a half, nothing. $25, 25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 27, 50, and half 30, you get 30, going to be 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, 40, 145, 145, 145, 50, $1.55, $55 and 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, 55, 55, Booker, 150, 12. Here's a steer, $1.50. $1.55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 65, and to get about 70, 75, 80, 5, 85 and 90, going to be 190, 85 and 90, 85, 95, to get 95, to get 95, to get 2, and 95, to get 2, and 95, to get 2, now 5, and 2, hold 5, 10, and 2, 10, to get 2, 10, going to be 2, 10, 2, 10, 15, and 2, 15, 20, and 2, 20, to get 2, 20, to get 2, 20, going to be 15, 20, now 5, and 225, 30, and 230, to get 230, and 25, to get 30, and 25, to get 30, 25, to get 30 here, and 30. So 225, Chris, 99. Eight-year-old cow there here, $1.25. 125, 30, and 35, to get 35, 35, 40, 145, to get 45, 145, 50, $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, $1.60 there, going to be 60, $1.55, 60 there, going to be 60 here, so 155, Chris, 10. Ten upon here, 25, at 45, at 25, and 25, 25, 27, 50, and 20, 7, going to be 20, 7, going to be 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, going to be 27 and a half here, Cavness, 125. It's always when we have one in the ring like this. Buck 35, and 35, you get 35, 37, about 40, and half 40, you get 5, 50, and half 50, you get 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, and 50, not 2 and a half, going to be 50, not 2 and a half, going to be 55, and 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 50, you get 7 and a half, 57 and a half here, here, Booker, 155. Three years and 7 months. 1,000 and 1,000 here, 1,000 here, 1,100, 11, 12, 11, 12, and 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 1,700 and a half, 17, and 17, and 17, 17, and 17 and a half, and 17 and a half, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 18, 2, and 2,000 here, going to be 2,000, going to be 1, and 21, 21, 21, 21, and 2,100 here, 21, 21, 2,100, and 2,100 here, 1 here, on here, Tate, 2,000. All right, GB. 152 and a half, and 50 to get 2 and a half, and 52 and a half here, half here, 52, 50, and 50 to get 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52, 50, and 52 and a half here, 6-year-old guys here, 130, 135. 135 to get 5, 135 to get 5, 135 to get 5, 135 to get 5, 135 to get 5. Booker, 130. 3-year-old here out there, $2 a pound.
210 and 210 and 210, we get 210, go to be 210, we get 210, go to be 210 and 210, 20 and 230 and 230, 40, we get 240, we get 235 and 235 here, 5 here, we get 235, 40 and 240, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, 235, 40 here, yes, 235, 11X.
Mr. Tate, don't believe everything you're listening to.
$125 and 25 and 25, 27, going to be 30, that 2.5, 35, 35, 37, 37, 40 and 40, 40, 40, we get 40, 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 5 and 45 here, 45 there, 47.5, 47, 47, 50 and 40, we get 7.5, 47, 47, 50, yeah, 47.5 here, half here, Chris, 145 on 20. $7. 105 and 105 here. Go to 105. We get 5. We get 5. 75, 80 and 75. Go to be 80 cents a pound. 75, 85. We get 90. Now dollar. Now 10. 110, sir. We're out 10, 20. 110, 20. Terry out. 110. Go to be 20. Alberto. 110. Do, 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 do. 125. 125, 30, and 25, 30, now 30, and 25, we get 30, and 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 40, we get 5, we get 45, 50, $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, $1.60. What about 7.5? Yes, 155.5. Eight-year-old, she's 6 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 10 by 6, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 1, 2, 21, 22, now 2, and 2,200, 200, 2, Soder, 2,100, Robert Stotts. $0.50 a pound, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 5, and 55, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, 95, $1, $1.05, 5, 10, 110, 15, 110, 115, 20, and 25, and 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, that's 120 on number 4X. Oh, 10 cents a pound. She laid over her deathbed and decided to get up, didn't she? Been there before. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 90. Chris, 80, number 12. She might be higher than Ricardo's.
125 and 25 30 and 25 to get 35 40 and dollar 45 45 45 45 45 and 45 to get 45 to get 5 45 to get 5 45 to get 5 45 to get 5 50 and dollar 50 and 45 to get 50 to get 80 45 to get 50 45 to get 50. Here's on 145. Cavernous 3. Buck 35 and 35 and 35 40 and 35 40. To get 35 40 here. Going to be 35 40. Get her outside. 35 40. Hurry. 35 40. 135. 125. 125. We'll just guess a weight. 125 to get 30. 125 to get 30. Dollar pound. 105. 50. 60. You bidding on her? She's wilder than you know what. 60, 70, 80, 90. Dollar. 5. 10. S 105 2X 10 by 6 dollar. A little wheat pasture project for somebody there. 110 20 30 125 and 25 and 25 and 25 25 25 25 here 25 here. Got 30 and 25 30 and 25 to get 30. Kermit, what about you? Dollar to 30 5. Robert Trout 135 40 150 $1.50 Robert, $1.60 Kermit. Sold a $1.50 Stotts. Ah, 50 cents a pound, 60, and 50, 60, and 50, 60, going to be 50, going to get 60, down 70, going to get 70, going to get 75, and 75, 80, 5, 90, going to get 90, going to get 90, going to be 80, 95, and 95, and 95 a pound, going to be 95, going to get 95, going to get 95, going to get 95 here, S, 90 on 1. $10 years and 5 months. 10 by 5 plus. Buck 35, at 35 40, at 35, it'll get 40, 35, it'll get 45, 45, 50, it'll get 50, it'll get 5, going to be 60, now 5, and 65, and 65, 70, going to be 175, going to be 175, 175, $1.75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, you get 5, sold 170, Rab. $65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 7, 70, we get 70, we get 2.5, 75, and 75, 75, 77, 77, 80, and now 83, 250, 82.5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 35, 85, 87, 87, hey, 80, hey, 87, 88, 87, hey, 88, you give 8, 88, 88, sold 187, hole 7. Kevies tomorrow. Ooh. Ooh.
Didn't last year. 4,000.
Watch her. Wait and get her outside if we can. Dollar, 110, and 110, and 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, 20, 30, and 20, 30, 40, going to be 140, 50, going to be 140, 50, 145, 145, 145, to get 5, 145, to get 50, $1.45, to get 50, 145, to get 50, 145, to get 50, 30, 45, to get 50, Booker, 145. Seven by 3, thank you. $10, 110, 15, and 10 and 15, going to be 110, going to get 15, 15, 20, and 20, going to get 5, going to be 30, going to get 35, going to be 35, 35, 40, going to get 40, 45, and 45, 50, and 45, going to get 50, 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 going to get 50, going to get 50 here, Chris, 145.7. She's got a V8 brand. She might be worth something. $5 by $5. 110. 110, 15, 20, and 25, and 25, 30, we get 35, we get 35, 40, we get 45, we get 45, 50, and 5, and 55, 60, 160, 55, 60, there, going to be 60, so 155, Chris, 7. She's got a bump, 50 cents a pound, 60 cents a pound, 50, 60, and 50, we get 60, going to be 50, we get 60, 70, we get 75, 75, 75, 80, 85 here, 85, 90, we get 95, 95, $95, and $5, going to be 105, 10, going to be 110, 15, 110, 115, and 110, we get 15, S, 110, 1. $120, $125, yeah, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, 25, you get 5, yeah, 25, and 5 here, 30, we get 30, 25, we get 30, 25, we get 30, 25, we get 30 here, Booker, 125, 12. Daughter, 105, and 105 here, good to be 105, we get 5, 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 105, and 105 here, good to be 105, we get 5, we get 5 here, 50 cents a pound, 60 cents a pound, now 60, 70, and 70, now 5, 80, 85, 90, we get 90, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90 there, good to be 85, we get 90, 85, good to be 95, and 95, and 95 there, we get 95, we get 95, we get 95, Terry, 90 on 6. Apparently not. Lydia said the sorter got hooked out there, so he's not sorting. Her husband. Yeah. That's in Bremer's calves from last year. I'm sure there's some probably people here interested in these two heifers, but I bet I can get a lot for them before tomorrow because I know a guy's going to be here. He said sell them. Oh, okay, he just said. $2 a pound. 210. 210. 220. 230. 240. 235. 235 to get 540. 245, 50, 255, 260, 265, 265. Bring $4 tomorrow. 265. Sold them 260. Chris, 7. Huh? I hope I am. I like her. 250. 250, 60, and 250, 60, going to be 250, 60, 70, going to get 270, going to be 80, going to get 90, going to get 3, going to be 10, going to be 20, and 330, and 320, 30, and 330, going to get 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 30, sold, 320, Chris, 7. These are wild.
I don't know how they gather them. These are the cows he usually puts on the bottom. Spawn is Satan.
Dollar pound. 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. 10. Good to be 110. 15. 115. 20 and 25 and 25. 25. 25. 30. Good to get 30. 125. Good to get 30. 25. Good to get 30. 25. Good to get 35 and 35. 5 here. 5 here. Good to be 35 and 35. 5 here. 35. 35. You get 5. 35. Good to get 5. 35. Good to get 5 here. Sold them 130. Cavernous 9. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27, 50, and 20, 7, now 750, now 30, and now 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 to 40, and now 40, now 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, 47 and a half, now 47 to 50, $1.53, 50, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, $1.62 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 5, and 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to be 70, 2 and a half, and 72, 50, going to get 72 and a half here, Chris, 170 on nothing. $250. 250, 60, and 250, 60, going to be 250, 60, going to get 260, going to be 260, 70, and 275, going to get 275, going to be 275, and 275, 75, 75, Terry, 270, 11. Hello. $250. 255 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 255 and 55, 60, 265, and 260, 11. $1. $5 and $105 here, good $105 here, good $105, $5 here, $105 and $105, 70 cents a pound, 75 and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, now 75, you give 80, now 85, 85, now 90, $5, $5, 105, 105, tear you out, 10, 115, 20, 120, 115, 120, Alberto, $1.15. Found some cows that match together. Kinda. 5 and 6 year olds here. 125, 30, and 25, we get 30, 125, we get 30, 125, we get 30, we get 5, we get 40, we get 5, now 45, you get 45, 50, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, yeah, 55, 60, 65, 70, 5, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, you got a line, 175, 175, 80, 185, 90, 195, 195, 95, and 95 here. You got Robert, and 95 here. 195, we get 95, we get 95, we get 95. Sold 190, Chris. 3X. Yellow. Two and 3 year olds, $2. 210, 210, and 210, 20, and 210, 20, 30, we get 230, 40, we get 240, 50, we get 250, 60, you're going to be 260, 70, and 270, 80, we get 280, 90, we get 290, 80, 90, you're going to be 280, 90, you're going to be 290, and 280, we get 90, you're going to be 80, we get 90 here, Chris, 280, 7X. This is one of those, out of one of those Bremer cows. You take your trailer out in the pasture, he'll jump in it. How'd you train him to do that? He's just that away. Hell, I got show cattle I can't even get in the trailer. Huh. Pretty good bull. $1.50. $1.55, and 55, and 55, 60, now 70, 170, 170, 175, 75, 80, 180, 185, 85, 85, and 90, and 5, and 95, we get 2, 195, going to be 205, going to be 205, 205, and 205, we get $5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 205. He's trained to jump in the trailer, guys. 205. $2 S11. Pushing it. Oh.
Like take a week off in October. Yeah.
65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 70, 170, 170, 170, 170, 2.5, 75, and 75, and 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 2.5, 75, you get 5, whole 7, 72.5. 125. 125 and 7 and a half, 30 and half, 30, we get 2 and a half, 35, 37 and half, 40, we get 40 and half, 42 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 5 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 47, 50 and 40, we get 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and half, 52 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, now 5 and 55 and 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, Booker, 152 and a half, 12. $10 old, they're 3 and 4 months bred. 125 and 25 and 25 30 and 25 30 and 25 30 125 30 half 5 and 35 40 40 5 50 and 5 and 55 65 and 65 70 170 170 170 170 and 65 70 5 going to be 70 going to be 70 going to be 70 going to be 70 sold 165 Chris 16x. $1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55. You can buy 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and 5 and 65, 70, 170, 170, 105, 70 sold 165, whole 6.
Usually when we have 800, straight up. Chris bottom.
He is a good Hereford bull. 165. 172 and a half, 5 and 77 and how 80 and how 80 there 78 high 79 8 and how high going to be 79 80 there going to be 89 going to be 81 81 here going to be 82 82 3 83 4 4 84 you give 5 85 here going to be 86 out of there 86 7 87 87 87 87 here 87 here going to be 7 sold 186 whole 7. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 55 here now, 55 now, 55, 60. It's 65, 70, 170, 170, and 75, and 75, 80, 85 here, 85 and 90, going to be 195, and 95 here, 95 to 195, 205, and 210, going to be 210, 215, 15, 20, and 220, 225, and 225, 30, 230, 225, 30, and 225, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, here, S, 225, 11.
They brought like 235 a pound. I said, man, tomorrow, Tuesday, would give $4 for them. Chris goes, you get that in writing, I'll have them back here.
$65 and 65 and 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, 72 and a half, 75, 75 and 75 and 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 750, half 80 and now 80 here, 78, 9 and hand 9, you get 7 and 9, go to be 85, go to be 85, go to be 89, go to be 81, 80, 1, 2, 82, 83, 84, 84, 5, 85 here, 85 and 5 here, 85 here, 5, all 7, 184. 185, $85 here, gonna be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, 65, and 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 72 and a half, and 72 and a half, 75, 75, 77, 50, and now 80 here, gonna be 80, gonna be 80, gonna be 80, you give 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 81, 81, 81 here, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81 here, so 180, Gibbon Bull. $52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, gonna be 52 and a half, gonna be 52 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and now 60, we get 62 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and you get 5, 7 and a half, 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 and 67 and a half here, 70, and now 70, we get 70, that's 70 here, whole, 67 and a half, 6. $65, and $65, and $65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 67, 50, and 60, even get 7 and a half, gonna be 60, even get 7 and a half, gonna be 7 and a half, now 750, and 67 and a half, 65, 7 and a half, 65, 7 and a half, 65, 55, 7 and a half, 60, 61, out of bid, 2. 62, sold. 61, Debo, 161. I guess. $55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55 here, 55, 55, 45, and 45, we get 45, we get 45, we get 45, we get 35, we get 35, we get 37, 50, and 37 of and 37 of and 30, 40, and have 42 of the hand, you get 2 and 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 35, 43, we get 5, 43, we get 5, 43, we get 5, 45, 7, and 47, and 47, here, 45, going to be 7, 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 8, sold, 147, Debo. Is he a Mexican? He's got an M brand. $65, and $65, and $65, 7 and a half, 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 70, and 2 and a half, and 72 and a half, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 80, 83, going to be 80, going to be 980, and high, going to be 85, going to be 85, going to be 1, 81 here, 82, going to be 81, 2, going to be 82, 81, 2, 82, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, 2, sold, 181, whole 7. So $100 an hour. $2. 210.20 and 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210.20. Go to 210.20 and 210.20. Go to 10.20. Go to 10.20. We get 10.20. Go to 210.20. Ricardo 210. Goodbye, Ricardo. $1. 105 and $105 here. Go to 105. We get 5. 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 And now 5 here. $5. 110. 110. 110. 15. 15, 20, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 125, we get 30, now 5, going to be 35, we get 5, 135, we get 5, sold 130, Alberto. Yeah, 35. 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, now 5 here, 5, 55, now 5 here, cabinet 62 and a half, 3.
Still married? Are you? Well, that's getting pretty damn serious now.
7 years old, she's 7 months bred, 1,500. 15 and a half, 15's 10 by 7. Who said 7 by 7? 15, she's 10 by 7. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, going to be 16 and a half, now 17, 18, 19, 2, 1, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100, and 2100 here, top row, you're at 2100, and 2100 here, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100 here, going to be 1, sold out, 2,000, Stotts. 5 years old, she's 3 months bred, 2,000. 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 2100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 1700, 1800, and 17, give 1800, 18, and 17, give 17, going to be 17, where then? $20, 125, it'll get 30, now 5, now 40, now 5, 145, it'll get 50, now 5, 55, 60, $55, 60, now 5, 165, and 65, now 5 here, 5 here, Solder, 160, Booker.
Good gracious.
2 years and 4 months. There's a good rip. 2,000. 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, 21, 2, now 3, and 23, we get 4, and 24, you get 5, and 25, going to be 607, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 26, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 700, going to be 2700, done 7, and 20, we get 700, going to be 2700, going to be 2700, Solder, 2600, Ellison. Seven years old, 7 months. 2,000. 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, 2100 here, now 1, now 2, and 23, we get 3, and 23, we get 3, and 24, you get 4, now 5, and 25, 6, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, 800, and 27, now 800, 8 here, 27, 800, and 27, going to be 2800, 27, going to be 28, here, going to be 8, D, 2700, 11.
It is new.
Jeez. 9 by 5. $20. 125, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, we get 30, we get 5, we get 40, we get 5, we get 45, 50, now 5, and 55, 60, and 55, 60, there, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 60, Chris, 155, 16X.
Well, she got rid of her old one.
120, 125, 125, it'll get 30, now 5, now 40, 135, it'll get 40, 135, it'll be 45, it'll get 45, it'll get 50, 5, 60, 5. Would you give 61? Chris 10, 160.
My wife ordered a tree online. And that she hates it. She was too small, I hate it.
I bet I'd like it. I don't know. 140. 140, 2.5, and 40, even to get 2.5, gonna be 40, even to get 2.5, gonna be 40, even to get 2.5, gonna be 40, 250, and 40, even to get 2.5, 42.5, did 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, even to get 5, and 45, even to get back, Canvas, 140, 2.5, 7.
Put it in my room. We're split up. I sleep in my own room. She sleeps.
Buck 35, hit 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5, and 5, 35, you get 5, 35, you get 5, 750, and 3750, and 37 and a half, not 40, you get 40, not 2.5, you get 2.5, you get 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 4750, and 40, you get 7 on that side's out, 4750, and 40, you get 7 and a half here, Chris, 145.20. How old is this cow? 7-year-old here, 35. 35, 40, and 35, you get 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, and 35, you get 40, you get 40, you get 45, 45, 45, 50. Now 50, sir. $1.50, 5, 60, $1.55, 60. Chris, 155.15. Starting to get a headache. What is she? 9 by 7, I think. 9 by 7. I'm going to wear 125. 125, to get 30. 125, to get 35. And 35, 40, to get 40, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5. 145 and 45, 50. $1.55. Is she open or is she bred? Hang on.
White cow.
This side's 9 by 4. I believe she's 9 years old. She's 4 months bred. 125, 30. 5, 40, 5, 50. 7.5, 50. 52.5, 5. $1.55. You out, Robert? $1.55. You out, Brad? You're out, Robert? We could be here all night. 155. Sold 152.5. Chris, 5. Yeah, we'll start calves here in a little bit. 9 years and 4 months. 125. 125, to get 30. 25, to get 35. And 35, to get 40, to get 5, to get 50. And 45, 55, 65. And now 70, 175, 175, 175, 80, 5, 90, 5, 195. Robert Chout, 195. $2. 210, Robert. 210, 220. 230, 240. So 230 Stotts. Got a big swollen navel. $1. 110 and 110 and 110. Going to be 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 110. 20 and 20 and 20. 30. Going to get 30. Going to get 20. Going to be 30. 120. Going to get 30. Going to be 20. Going to get 30. 120. Now 30 and 20. Going to get 30 and 20. Going to get 35. 30 and 25. Going to get 35 and 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. Going to get 35. Going to get 35. Going to get 35. Going to get 35. Here, S. 130. 113. 10 by 7. Let me call my dad. Ask her if dad's will come back out here. I'll clerk it. 10 by 7. $1.20. 125 and 25 and 25. It'll get 30, it'll get 5, it'll get 40, now 5, 45, 55, 55, 60, 165, 165, 70, 175, 180, 180, and 75, going to be 80, 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 75, going to be 80. S, 175, 7. S7. $2 by 6, $1,000. 1,000, 1,100, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 10, 1100, and 10, 11, 1100, 1100, going to be 11, 12, and 12, and 13, we get 13, we get 14, we get 14, we get 15, we get 1500, and 15, and 1400, 50, we get 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 15, 1500, 1400, Ricardo. She's a 2-year-old, guys. $1 a pound. She needs some groceries. 110.20. 110.20 and 110.20. Going to be 10.20. Going to be 10.20. Going to be 10.20 and 20, 30 and 30. We get 40. We get 40. We get 50, 60, 150, 60, 70. Going to be 170. $1.70. Going to be 70. Robert Trout 70. $1.70 and now 80. Going to be 180 and now 70. Going to be 180. Stotts 170. $4 by 7. Thank you. $1,000. 1,000 and 1,000. 1,000. Every get 1,000. Every get 1,000. 1,000 and 1,000. 700. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. Here go to 9 and 910 and 10. 111. You 10. 11. 10. 11. 10. 11. Go to be 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 10. 11. Sold. 1,000. Ricardo. $2 a pound, $2 a pound, 210.20, and 210.20, and 220, 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50, you're going to be 250, 60, and 270, we get 270 and 80, and 280, 90, we get 290, you're going to be 280, 90, 80, 90, we get 290, we get 280, 90, you're going to be 280, but 90 here, Chris, 287. X. Five and open. $1.50. $1.55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and 55, 60 there, 55, 60, 55, 60, you're going to get 60 now, 55, going to be 60, Chris, 155, 3X. Here comes 8-year-old. She's 5 months.
135, 40, and 35, and 40, and 35, it'll get 40, 35, 45, it'll get 45, it'll get 50, and 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, there, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, yeah, 55 here, 5, it'll get 5, and 5 here, Chris,
155 on number 56. What kind of number is that?
$1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, going to be 50 now, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, you're going to get 65, and 65, 65, 70, you're going to be 70, you're going to get 5, going to be 75, 80, now 5, 85, 85, 85, 90, you're going to get 95, you're going to get 95, you're going to get 95, going to be 195, and 95, you're going to get 95, you're going to get 95, you're going to get 95, going to be 195 here, sold 190, Chris, 8X.
If Shade Tree can sell some of these cows, Lydia's got to go. She's got to go close on her new house. She's moving from Edmond to Union City. I mean, it's going to be. I know, especially for a 10-year-old boy.
$50. 55, and 55, 55, 60, 55, going to be 70, 55, going to be 80, 55, going to be 90, 55, 95, 95, 95, 95, and 95, and 95 here, 95, 95, 95, and 95, 95, 95 here, sold 90, S1.
Oh, I know. Clay's already got pulled over there.
Clay's already met him.
Yep. The first time we went through there.
Really?
Eight years and 5 months here, 25, 30, 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, and 40, and 35, 40, and 45, 45, 50, and $1.50, 50, and 50, 145, 50, 50, and 50, 45, 50 here, Chris, 145, 5.
Yellow. Ten by fours.
125, in 25, in 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, it'll get 30, it'll get 5, now 35, 40, 140, 145, it'll get 50, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 5, 70, 75, 80, 5, 90, and 190, 85, 90, 85, going to be 90, you're out it, Ricardo, 190, going to be 85, it'll get 90, 5, 195, 195, Robert out. 195, and 95 here, 2, and 95, going to be 2, now 5, and 205 here, now 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, now 5 here, yeah, Robert, and 205, now 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5 here, sold him $2. Chris, 5.
10 years, 6 months bred, 2000. 2100 and 21 and 2100 and 21 102 now 3 and 23 now 4 now 5 and 2500 here 6 and 26 7 and 7 7 7 7 7 here 6 7 and 700 now 700 7 here now 7 and 2700 going to be 2700 going to be 2700 going to be 27 going to be 7 starts 2600. Nine, 10 years old, they're heavy bred. 8 to 10 years old, they're 5 to 6, 7 months bred. At 2,000 and 2,100 and 2,100. Hold one cow and 2,100 and 21 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100 here and have one and 21 and 2,100 here. Going to be 17 half and 17 and a half here. Have and a half here. Going to be 1750. 18, 1800 here. 18, going to be 1850. 18 and a half here. 18, 19 and 19. Bit of 19, bit of 1950 and 19 and a half, 19 and a half, 19 and a half. Going to be 1950 and 2 and 2,000. Bit of 2, going to be 2,000. Bit of 2,050 and 2050 and a half here. Half here. Going to be half here. Sort of at 2,000 starts. She's 9-year-old. She's 6 months bred, and she's got a rise in her back. You give 1,000, Ricardo. You give 1,000 on her. You give 1,200 to the next guy. 1,200. 1,200. 1,300. 13, Mr. Cavanis. Can't remember your first name. You're out. 1,400. 1,400. So 1,300, Cavanis 5. Charlie. You look like a Charlie. He's the best. I ain't saying. I'm not going to say nothing. You saying Charlie or Charlie? Charlie. Charlie. Who you got here, Lynn? South Hall. Wow, wow, wow. 5 and 6 years old. They're 4 and 5 months bred. Hold your gate now. South Halls, you guys here by chance? Wow, wow, wow. Guys, there's a nice set of cows. 5 to 7 months. 2,500 and 25, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 2,500 and 25, 750 and 27, going to be 3,000, going to get 3,000, 3250 and 32 and a half, 31, 31, 32 and 32, 31, 33 and 33, going to get 3, 33, going to get 3, 33, going to get 3 and a half, 34 and 34 and 33, going to get 4, 33, going to get 4, 33 half 4 and 3,400 and 34 and a half, 34 and a half, going to get 34 and a half, going to get 34 and a half, going to be 3450, you get 34 and a half, now 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, going to get 3,500 and a half and 35 and a half, going to be 3550 and 30, going to get 5 going to be 35, 35, going to be 3550 and 35 and a half, going to get 35, 3550, 35, you give half, sold them 3,500, Chris 3. Here's probably what they're bred to. Dollar. As is. They're all going to go, guys. Dollar. 105. Did you get it? Dollar. 105. 105, 10, and 110, going to be 110, 15, going to be 110, 115, and 15, 20, and 21, 20 there, going to be 20, 20 there, going to be 120, and 20, 20 there, going to be 120, going to be 20, going to be 120, going to be 120, sold 115, Chris, 14. Here's more of them South Hog. Here's the open ones.
$135, yeah, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 35, 40, 45, and 45, 45, 50, 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2.5, and 52, 50, and 50, 2.5, going to be 2.5, 5, 57, 5, 57, 5, 60, and now 60, 60, going to be 60, going to be 60, going to be 60, 102.5, and 250, and now 250, it's 62 and a half, and 2.5, 2.5, going to be 2.5, going to be 62, 50, you 2.5, 162 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, going to be 2.5. Going to be half. Sold them 160. Stotts.
He buys anything he wants to buy. I hope.
Daughter, 105 here.
Got a bunch of them. Oh.
Daughter pound, 105, 105, and 105, 85, 85, 85, 105, 105, 105, 105, 10, going to be 110, 15, 20, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 30, 130, 30, 30, going to be 30, 30, now 30, and 25, 30, and 25, going to be 30, 30, going to be 25, 30, 125, going to be 30, 30, 125, 30. Sold 125. Chris, 13X.
to 8 to 10 years old, and they look like they're 5-6 months bred.
125, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, going to be 30, and 25, 30, 25, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, 35 where, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 40, and 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, there, you're going to be 145, yeah, 45, half here, 145, 55, 55, 55, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, so
140. Chris, 16X. Seven years old, they are 6 months bred.
125, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 125, 30, 130, now 35, and 35, 35, 40, 55, 45, 50, and 150, 50, 150, 150, 150, and 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 145, 50, and 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, here, same way, 145,
Chris, 16X.
$125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 45, 30, 25, 30, 30, 30, going to be 30, 30, going to be 35, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, now 5, 45, 45, 45, 7.5, 5, and 2.5, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, so 140, 2.5, Booker.
135, yeah, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 30, 7, going to be 37, 40, and half 40, 42, going to be 2, 2, 5, and 45, 45 here, 45, 47, 50, and 47, 5, and half 50, and half 50, 50, 150, 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, now 50, and 50, 50 there, 50, 150, now 50 here, so 147 and a half, Booker 12. Yeah, we're starting to bundle them up. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Dollar. 105 and 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105 and 105 here, good to be 105, 85, 85, 85, 10, good to be 110, 15 and 10, 15, good to be 110, good to be 15, good to be 110, 15 and 110, good to be 15, good to be 110, 15, tear your bid, 15, 20, 120, now 5. 125, 85, 125, and 25 here, 5, 85, 125, 85, 125, 85. Chris, 120, 4X. Dollar. 105 and 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105, 105, 105, 105, now 5, 105, 105, $105, 85, 85, 10, going to be 110, 15, 10, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 15, 20, 20 there, going to be 20, now 5, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 85, 125, 85 here, Alberto, 120.
Okay.
I have no idea, sir. We'll try to find out and give you an answer as soon as possible. Do not believe much that comes out of that man's mouth.
How many do we like?
Shade Tree, can you find the information out for us? This man wants to know how many we got left. Is that booze? $1.50. 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and now 5 and it's going to be 70, going to be 70, going to be 72 and a half, 75, 75, 750 and 77, going to be 80, 82 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 50, 87 and a half here, going to be 87, 50, 80, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 87, 50 there, going to be 87, going to be half here, going to be 87 and a half at 90, 190, 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 190, maybe get 2 and a half, going to be 90, maybe get 2 and a half. Sold 190 Stotts. We'll put a 10 on them. Robert, keep them separate from them cows.
Put them on stocks.
Here's a B&M Angus cows from up there at Edmond, guys, and they sure know how to do it. 135, and 35, you go 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50, and 37, going to be 40, going to get 40, now 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42, 50, and 40, now 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47, 47, 47, now 50, and 50, 50, going to get 50, 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 55, 7, 57, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 57, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, going to be half, 57 and a half, sold 155. S5. What'd you come up with? 220 left, sir. $215. How old? 4-year-olds. $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 60, and 55, 60, 35, 60, 55, 60, now 65, and 65, 65, 70, going to be 170, going to get 75, and 75, 80, and 75, going to be 85, 85, 85, and 90, going to be 190, going to be 195, and 95, 295, going to get 205, and now 5, going to be 210, going to be 210, going to be 210, you're out of line, 210, and 205, 10, 15, and 215, 20, that 5, and 225, 30, going to get 225, 30, and 225, to get 30, Robert Chow, 230, and 25, to get 30, to get 230, going to be 25, to get 30, 25, to get 30, 25, to get 30, Chris, 225, 3X. 7 and a 9-year-old, and 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37, 50, now 40, and 40, we get 2.5, 45, 45, 45, 45 here, 45 here, 45, 750, and 47 and a half, 50, $1.50, 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 250, and 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 50, and now 60, we get 62 and a half, going to be 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, going to be 170, $1.70, we get 70, going to be 70, going to be 70, going to be 70, and now 70 there, going to be 70 here, so 167 and a half, Chris 15. Dollar pound, 105, and 105 here, going to be 105, going to get 5, 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 105, 105, 10, and 110, going to be 115, and 110, 15, bit of a 10, and 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 125, 25 here, 25, and 25 here, 5, 125, 125 here, so 120, Cavanis, 11. $0.75 a pound, 75, give 80, and 75, 80, and 75, go to be 80, 75, go to be 85, 85, 85, 85, and 90, go to be 95, 95, 95, 95, dollar, and $1.05, 105, go to be 110, go to be 110, 15, and 110, go to 15, robbery out, 110, 15, 110, 15, 20, and 25, 125, 125, 125, and 25, 85, 125, 85, 125, 85, here, so 120, same way, Cav 11. Not a bid, 105, and 105, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 105, and 105 here, 105, and 10, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, $1.10 a pound, going to be 110, 15, and 15, 20 by 20 there, going to be 20 by 20 there, going to be 120, and 20 by 20 there, 25, and 25, 25, 22 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 22, 50, and 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half. Terry, 126. Thank you, Kyle. Okay. 10 years old. How far bred are they? 4 and 5 months. That yours, JR? Oh, grandbaby. How about that?
2,000, 2,100, and 21. 4 and 5 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21. And 2,100, 21, 21. Now 1. And 2,100 here, 1,750. And 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 18. 1,800, 18, 18, 18. 1,800, 1,800. And 17 and a half, 1,800. 1,800, 18 here, Chris. 17 and a half on 5. Open cows here, and 75, and 75 here, 75, 80, and 75, group of 80 cents a pound, 75, group of 85, 85, 85, 85, and 90, 95, 95, $95, $8 pound, group of 105, 85, 85, 105, 105, $1.05, 85, 10, group of 110, group of 110, 15, 120, and 20 by 20 there, group of 20 by 20, now 5, 125, 85, 125, 85, Chris, 120, 13X.
Done, Wendy? Huh? 2 more deals? 1 more. 1 head. They're 5 and 6 months bred. They're all just a little bit sore-footed, guys. We'll stumble out there and have you a calf. 120. 125, 125, 30, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. Here, going to be 120, and 120, going to be 125, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, going to be 125, and 125, going to be 125, going to be 125, going to be 125, going to get 30, now 30, now 30, 125, going to get 30, and 25, going to get 30 here, 25, going to get 30, 25, going to get 30. Booker, 125. Ten years old, they're 6 and 7 months bred. Heavy bred guys, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 202, nah, 2250, and 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 2250, and 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 2250, and 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be half. Chris, 2,200 on 5. Here comes Dusty's. Not pairs, though. $135, and 35.5, and 35. You give out 35, 37, 35, 37, 50, and 30, we get 7, going to be 30, we get 7, 37 to 40, $1.42 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 45, and 45 here, 45 there, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, you get 5, and 45, 750, and 40, we get 7, going to be 40, we get 7, 50, $1.53, we get 50, 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 down 50 here, sort of 147.50 Booker. What's that, Dusty? They must have. Must have. Are they pretty small? Or are they? Huh? Okay. 125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27, 50, and 25, 27, 27, 27, 50, and a half here, half here, 30, and 30, 30, there, group 30, 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 here, Booker, 27 and a half, 12. $10 old or 5 months bred guys at $1.20. 125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 20, 25, and 5 here, 5 here, 30, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 40 here, 40, 5 here, 45, 5, 50, and 55, and 55, 55, 60, 60, and 55, 65, and 65, top row, yeah, 65, and 65 here, 5 here, 5 sold, 160 starts. Buck 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37, 50, and 37, going to be 37, going to be 37, not 40, and half 40, we get 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 2 going to be 2 we get 5, and 47, 50, and 47, 47, half here, half here, half here, going to be half here, Chris, 145, 10. Thank you, JR. Send JR next week. Huh? See what you did? He's out here. JR tried to buy cattle for Chris and didn't work out. She got mad. Was. What do you got here, fellas? 10 years old or 4 and 5, 8-year-old, 10-year-old, 4 and 5 months. 2,000. Pretty nice stock. 2,000. 20, 100, and 21, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, and 2100, here, 1, here, 2, and 22, and 22, 22, 22, 22, 2200, and 25, going to be 25, going to be 25, starts 2100. $5 and $100 here, good $105, $5, $5, $5, $5, $105 and $100 here, good $105, $5, $5, $105 and $5, $5, now 10, good $110, good $110, good $110, 15 and $15, 15, 15, 15, bit of a 10 and 15, good $110, 15, 20 and 20 by 20 there, 20 by 20, so 115 D 1. Does that make you want another one, Lid? No. 50 cents a pound, and 50, 60, and 50, 60, going to be 50, going to be 60, going to be 50, going to be 60, now 70, and now 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, 83, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, yes, 80 on 1. 110, 110, 15, and 10 to 15, going to be 110 to 15, going to be 110, going to get 15, going to be 110, going to get 15, going to be 110, going to get 15, 20, and 25, 5, and 25, 25, 30, going to 25, going to get 30, 25, going to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, going to get 35 here, so 130 on Booker, 12. $165, and $5, 65, and $750, and $770, going to be 70, going to be 72 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 2 and a half, 3, 5, and 75, and 75 here, 73, 75, 73, 75, and 77, and 77, 77, 76, 7, and 77, 77, hey, 70, hey, 70, hey, 70, hey, now 9, and now 9, you get 9, now 9, you get 9, 70, hey, good to be 9, total, you get 9, good to be 9, you get 9, so 178, hole 7. There's a bull. $2. 210 20 and 210 20 we get 210 20 we get 210 20 we're going to be 210 20 and 220 and 210 20 30 we get 230 40 230 40 50 and 250 we get 250 40 50 and 250 we get 50 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 S 240 11x just 11. $10 old, they're 6 and 7 months bred, 1750 and 1750 and 17 and a half, half and a half, going to be 17 and a half, going to get 1750 and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1750 and 1500, 15 and a half, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, 125, 30 and 25. Uh-oh. Hello. Cents a pound. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $1, 95 a dollar, $1.05. Sold $1. Chris 14. Use your back tags, I guess. Well, just use your back tags. It's okay. Bigfoot, $1. $5 and $105, $5, $5, $5, $5, 105, 110, going to be 110, 15, 20, 120, 125, and 25, going to get 30, and 25, going to get 30, 25, going to be 30, going to get 30, 25, going to get 30, 25, going to be 130, 30, and 25, going to get 30, 125, going to get 30 here, so at 125, Terry, 4. It's all right.
care. What is Doy's last name? Doy.
Okay. It's okay. I did make some salads. Is all I did.
75. Yes, 75, 75, 75, 75, 750 now, 82 and a half, group of 2.5, 5, 85, 87, group of 87, group of 87, group of 67, 87, 88, group of 88, group of 8, 88, 88, 88, 80 dollar, 87, group of 88, group of 87, group of 88, group of 87, group of 8. Sold 187, Gibbon Bull.
He asked me, and I said, I don't know. He's my neighbor, kind of. He just lives down the road from me.
Foot rot bull. $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, gonna be $1.50 now, 60, gonna be 150, 60, 70, and now 80, gonna be 180, gonna be 185, 85, 85, and 90, gonna be 190, 195, 95, 95, 95, 2, and 95, gonna be 205, gonna be 205, 210, and 210, 20, and 210, 20, we get 220, 30, we get 230, 40, and 240, 40, and 230, 40, we get 240, we get 240, we get 40 here, and tone, 230. $125, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27, 50, and 27, 27, 50, and a half, 30, we get 32 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 37, 50, and 37, 37, 37, 50, and a half, gonna be 37 and a half here, cabinets, 135. You got one left? Cow? $4 old. She's 5 months bred. 1,500, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, 16, 17, gonna get 17, gonna be 18, gonna be 19, gonna be 2,000, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and down 2, and 22, 22, 3, and 23, 3, 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 2,300, and 23, 3, gonna be 23, 3, gonna be 23, 3, gonna be 23, 3, Tate, 2,200 on Tate. $6, 4 months. She's got a hip down, daughter. $5, and 105, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, and 10, it'll be 110, it'll be 10, it'll be 110, 15, 120, 125, 30, and 35, and 35, 45, it'll get 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45, it'll get 45, 5 here, Booker, 140, 112, 140.
7 years old. She's 6 months bred. She's walking with just a little bit of a limp. Just a little. Daughter 20. 125, and 25, going to get 30, going to get 40, going to get 50, going to be 60, going to be 70, going to be 80, going to be 90, 190, going to be 200, and 2, and 190, going to get 2, going to be 190, going to get 2, going to be 190, going to get 2, sold 190, Ricardo. 125, here 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 25, you get 5 here, 25, you get 5, and 25, here 25 here, 5, you get 5, 25, 10, 12 and a half, and 10, 12, going to be 10, 12, 15, 17 and a half, 20, and 20, 20, 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 5, and 25 here, 25 here, Terry, 122 and a half, 6. Big steer, $1.50. $1.55, yeah, 55 here, now 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, 60, and now 5, now 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 70, $1.70, 170, 170, and 70 there, going to be 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, yes, 165 on 5. Eight years and 4 months, 130. 135, and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 35, you get 40, you get 40, you get 45, and 45, and 45, 45, 55, 55, 55, 60, $1.60 there, going to be 60, going to be 60, sold, 155, Chris 5. 7 years and 4 months, guys, here, 110. 110, 15, and 10 and 15, here, 1, 10, we get 15, we're going to be 110, we get 15, 20, and 5, and 25, we get 30, we get 30, we get 5, we get 35, 40, 140, 140, 140, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, 135, 40, we get 40, here, so 135, Chris, 16X. 6 years and 4 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 1, 2, 22, 22, 22, 21, 200, and 25, we get 2, 123, we get 3, and 23, we get 3, 23, we get 3, and 23, and 22, 50, and 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, and 22 and a half, 3, and 23, we get 3, and 23, we get 3, and 23, we get 3, 23, we get 3, sold her 22, 50, Chris 5. 110, 20, and 110, 20, going to be 10, 20, 110, 20, going to be 10, 20, 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 40, we get 50, 150, 60, and 55, and 55, 60, going to be 60, we get 60, 55, going to be 160, and 55, 60, 65, and to get 5 and a half, 70, 170, we get 70, going to be 70, we get 70, sold, 165, S13. 5 years, bless you. She's 4 months. You allergic to this place? 5 by $4. 110, 20. 120, we get 30. 130, 120, 30, and 130, 40. $40, $50, $60, $50, 60, $50, we get 60. Chris, 150, 5. 4x4. Four-year-old, she's 4 months, Brad, guys. Just a little bit of a limp. Not bad.
1500, 15, 16, 15, 16, 17, 17, good to be 17, good to be 17, 17, 1800, 18, 17, good to be 18, good to be 17, good to be 18, 17, good to be 1800, 1800, good to be 17, good to be 18, good to be 17, good to be 1800, 17, good to be 18, good to be 17, good to be 1800. Chris, 1700 on 5.
Make her a 4. Catch. Dollar.
110, and 110, good to be 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 110,
50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. 60. 70. 80. 80. Did you give 80, Antone? 90. 90. You got him at 80, Antone. Bull. Yep. Sorry, bull. 6 years old. She's 5 months bred. Who give 1,000 on her? Who give 500 on her? 600, 700, 800, 800. Sold her 700 S. 1. Some of these guys need to feed these things a little better. Still won't feed them, will they? I timed a show steer last night. I was kind of bored. I said, I wonder how fast he can eat this bucket of feed. 14 minutes. It's about 3 beers, too. I said, I want to see how fast he can eat this. Scarf, sit down. I was. And he looks up at me like, I want some more.
Bulls here, 150. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40. It's on 135, S11.
Start the calf sale here in a little while.
$65. Has it good five? 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 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70. Going to get 70. Going to be 72.5 and 75 and 75, 75, 75, 75, 35 and 75, 77, 75, 77, 77, 76, 7 and 77, 78, 78, 78, 78 and 9 and down high. Going to be 9. Todd. Going to be 9. 78 and 9 and 78. Going to be 9. Todd. Going to be 9. Sold 178. Hole 7.
We sold them 2 yet for you, Roy?
55, 55, 55, 57, 50, 50, 57, 57, 7, 60, 62, 255, and 67, 50, and 67 and a half, 70, 70, 70, 70, another 70, 70, 72 and a half, and 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 1, 2, 72, 3, and 73, and 73, 74, 74, 74, 74, 74, 74, 73, down 4, all 7, 173. $15, half 5, and 55, and 55, and half 55, 55, 57, and 57, going to be 60, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 5, and 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, going to be 70, now 70, 172, 50, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half here, hole 7, 175. 175, hole 7. $135, 35, and 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, and 45, 50, 50, 50, 55, 55, 55, 60, 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, got you, Rob, 65, 70, and now 70, 75, and 75, 2 and a half, and 72, 5, 75 here, 75, 75 here, so 172, 50, hole 7. Eight-year-old, she's 6 months bred. Who give 1,000? 1,000, 910, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and 910, 910, go to be 10, 11, 11, 11, and 12, and 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 16, and 15, 50, and 15 and a half here, a half here, bit of a half here, 15 and a half here, so 1,500. Ricardo. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 50, 45, 50, 45, 50, now 5, and 55, and 55, now 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, sold. 150 on Booker 12. What happened? Got one down. Paul's gonna sell her? Yeah. Y'all didn't sell her?
135 and 35. You get 35, 35, 40 and 35, 40. Now 5, 45, 50. You get 50, 150, 150, 147, 50 and 40. You get 7, 7 and a half, 50 and a half, 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 52 and a half. Here, canvas 153.
Okay.
10 years and 3 months, 120, 125, you get 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 20, now 30, now 5 here, 35, 40, you get 40, now 5, and 45, 50, and 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 45, you get 50, 145, 50, and 45, 50, 53, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50, 55, 50 here, sort of 145, Ricardo. Daughter, 105, and 105 here, good 105, and a daughter being $1, $1 here, 65, 70, and 65, 75, 75, 80, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 85, 90, 85, 95, 95, 95, 95 here, Terry 6, 90.
Terry, 6 in the ring.
X, 6X, 6X.
Put an X on it. Okay. Terry, 6X. Sign again.
I guess, but it's cold right now. You can hardly get up those stairs, that step.
Don't get any better. I'm telling you.
Great.
Three no punch right there, $2, 210, and 210, and 210, you're gonna get 210, gonna be 210, gonna be 210, gonna be 210, 210, 210, 210, and 210, and 210, and 210, you're gonna get 210, you're gonna get 210, S, $2, 11X.
S11X.
5 years, and she is 4 months bred, 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, bit of a 19, 2, 1, and 21, 21, 2, 22, 3, and 23, 3, 4, and 24, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, Tate, 2,300.
Tate.
7 years and 5 months. Daughter. Daughter 5, and 105, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, 105, 110, going to be 110, 15, 20, and 25, going to be 125, it'll get 30, 135, 35, 40, and daughter 40, it'll get 45, 145, 145, and 45, it'll get 45, it'll get 45, it'll get 45 here, S, 147.
S7.
2 bucks, 210, and 210, 20, and 210, 20, you're going to get 210, 20, you're going to get 210, 20, 30, 230, 230, 40, and 240, 50, you're going to get 250, you're going to get 260, you're going to be 270, you're going to get 280, and 280, and 70, give 80, 270, you're going to be 280, 70, you're going to be 280, here, S, 270, 11X.
S11X in the ring.
You still smell it starting on this deal.
8 to 10 years old, they're 5 and 6 months. Nice set of bred cows, guys. 2,000, 2100 and 21, 2100, going to be 2 and 23 and a half, 3 and 23, 23, 23, 23, 50 and 23 and a half, 4 and 24, 24, 24, 24, 2400 and 23 and a half, 2400, 24, 400 and 24, 4 and a half and 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 2450 and 24 and a half here, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half here. So 2400, Chris 5. They get them all sold, Roy? Good. We'll see you the first week of December, okay? You going to bring those steers the first week of December? Maybe. Thank you, Roy. 10 years old, 4 and 5 months. 2000, 2100, and 21, 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, and 2 and a half, 250, and 22 and a half, 3, 350, and 3 and a half, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 2400, and 3 and a half, 4, 3 and a half, 4, 3 and a half, 4, and 2400, and 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24 here, so 2350, Chris 5. Weigh the cows, 120. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 125, 30, 25, 30, 25, now 35, and 35, 40, 40, now 35, 45, and 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, now 5, and 55, and 55, here, 55, 55, 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, sold, 52 and a half, calf 7. Nine and 10 years old or 4 to 6 months. Robert, you still online watching? Nine, 10 years old. Some of them are 8 months bred. Heavy, heavy bred. 5 to 8 months bred, guys. 2000, 2100, and 2050, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 half, and 21 and a half here, 1 half, going to be 21, 200 and a half here, half, and 22, 50, now 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, 23, 3, 50, and 23, 50, and 23 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 23, 50, 23 and a half here, half 4, and 24, and 24, going to be 24, going to be 24, now 4, and 2400, going to be 24, 2400, 24, going to get 4, and 2400, going to be 24, going to get 400, 24, going to get 4, so it'll be 2350, Chris 5. He's a steer. Give $2. 210. 210. 210. Anybody else? 210. Ricardo, $2. Buck 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50, and 30, we get 7 and a half, going to be 40, we get 40, going to be 2 and a half, we get 5, 47, 50 and 50, and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 5, and 55, 57 and 57 and 57 and 57 and 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half here, cabinets, 155, 7. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, that 35, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, and 35, 40, now 40, now 40, now 40, 37 and a half, 40, 750, 40, and half 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, here, sort of 137 and a half on Booker. $135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 37, and 40, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47, 50, 50, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 60, and a half, 62 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 62, 50, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, here, 5, and 65, and 750, and 67 and a half, here, going to be 67 and a half, here, S, 165 on 5. Dollar bid, 105, and 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, and 105, and 105, 105 here, 75, 80, 75, 80, 75, give 80, 75, go to 80 here, 85, 85, 90, 85, you get 90, 85, now 90, go to be 85, you get 90, go to be 85, you get 90, Terry, S, 85, 1. $7 years and 4 months here, $1,000 and 10, 11, you 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, going to be 16, going to be 17, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 19, going to be 19, 102, and 2,000, going to be 19, 2, and 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 19, going to be 2,000, 2, Chris, 1,900 on 5. Okay, 125, in 25, in 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, here, 25, here, 25, 25, 25, not 5, and 25, and 25, and 25, 5, here, 5, 30, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, Booker, 125, 12.
That's the only pair we saw was that.
I got a couple more coming. Seen most of that. I still need 2,000.
Those guys were the nuts. These guys will bring 3,500
Was that on the South Hall deal?
South Hall.
6 or 8?
Yeah.
Some of them.
Yeah, they were the nuts.
What them, Chris?
125, 25, and 25, 25, 30, and 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37, 50, now 40, 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, now 47, 50, 50, $1.50, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 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 here, going to be half, Cabinets, 155, 7.
Just gotta eat the whole wrapper and everything.
Daughter, 105, and 105 here, go to 105, 105, 10, and 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 35, 35 here, 35 there, 35, and 35, 40, 40, 45, 42 and a half, 5, and 47, 50, now 50, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, Booker, 150, Booker, 12. 125. Yeah, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 125, 30, 125, 30, and 30, now 35, and 35, and 35, 40, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. Here, Booker, 140. $1. $1.10 and 110 and 110, going to be 120, going to be 120, going to be 110, 20, 30, going to be 30, 40, going to be 140, 50, $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, 150, going to be 60, going to be 150, 160, 150, 160. Sold 150, Chris. 1. 10 years and 6 months, 1,700. 1750 and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1750 and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1,500. We've either sold a lot of cows too high or she's. Well, thanks for telling me. $1. 10. Ricardo, $1. Lumjaw, 75. Yes, 75. 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, give 80. And 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 85. 85 and 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, $95. $1.05 here, 105 and 10, going to be 110, 15, 115, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 20, and 20, and 20, 20 there, 20 by 20 there, going to be 20 by 20 there, going to be 20 by 20 there, going to be 20, sold. 115 S, 4X. White little cow right there here, 75, 80, and 75, 80, and 75, give 80, 75, go to be 80, 75, go to be 80, 75, give 80, 75, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, 85, sold her, 80 cents a pound, Chris 12. 4 years and 6 months. She's a little bit crippled, guys. $1,000 bid. And 10, 11. You 10, 11, 10, 10, 11, 11, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 10, 100, 1100. And 10, 11. You 10, 11, 12, 100, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16. And 16, 17, 17, 17, going to be 17. Yeah, down here, 17. And 16, 17. And 17, 17, 17, going to be 17, 17, going to be 17. Kevin is 1,600. Number 5. Four no pun, guys, right there, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 65, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 65, 75, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, sold 165, Chris, 3X.
Small groups and singles.
Quite a few. Well, there's 20 something one draft. Five-year-old cow, 35, and 35, you get 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 45, you get 45, you get 50, you get 55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, you're going to be 65, and you get about 70, 170, 165, 70, 170, 170. Yeah, Jonathan, 175, 175, 80, 180, and 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 80. Chris, 175, 3X.
65 head left.
Time to go find some more. Market's high. Dollar. $5 and $100 go to $105, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, 110, 110, 15, 115, 10, 15, 20, and 20, and 20, 20 there, go to be 20, 20 there, go to be 120, go to 20, go to be 20, go to be 25, and 25, 20, 30, and 25, go to 30, 25, go to 30, 25, go to be 30, go to 30, go to 30, half 30, you get 35, 135, sold 130, Ricardo. $65, and to get about 70, and to get about now 75, 75, go to be 80, go to 5, go to be 90, go to 5, and $95, $1.05, go to be 105, go to be 10, go to be 110, 15, 110, and 15, 20, and 25, 125, go to 5, 25, go to 30, and 25, go to 30, 125, go to 30, go to be 30, go to 30, go to 30, go to 30, S 125, 4X. $100 a quarter, and 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, 125, to get 30, 25, to get 30, 25, to get 30, 25, go to 35, and 35, 40, $1.45, to get 45, to get 45, to get 50, to get 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 60, $1.60 there, go to be 60 here, Booker, 155, 12. $1.50. 155 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 60, 5, going to be 70, 70, now 5, 75, 80, and 185, 85, 85, and 90, going to be 195, 95, going to be 2, and 9, 205, 210, going to be 210, 15, 20, and 225, 225, 5 here, 2 and a quarter, and 225 here, 5, 5 here, so 220, S, 11. $1.50, half 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, now 5, 40, and 35, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, and 40, sold 135, whole 6. Pretty good at that. Did you hear Rod? Did you hear Rod? All around the cord. All around the cord. He's pretty good at that. Ricardo. $2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 200, 23, and 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 25, 6, and 26, 7, and 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 6, 7, and 2,700, and 27, and 7, 7, 7, and 26, 7, and 27, and 7, 7, 7, 7, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 2,700. So 2,600, Ricardo. 10. Watch the scales, Antone. Aiden was leaning on the scales. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 100, and 21, 2, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 24, 4, 24, 5, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 2,500, and 24, 25, 600, and 25, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 809, and 25, going to be 20, 9, 20, 9, going to be 20, 900, and 20, yeah, Ricardo, 29, now 3. 29, get 3. 3,000, you get 3. Now 1. 3,100, and 3,100, and 3,100, 31, 31, 31, 31, 3,100, not 2, and 31, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 3,200, and 31, 2, 31, 2, and 31, 2, 2, 3, and 33, 3, 33, 3, 33, 3, 33, 3, 33, 3, Brian, you're out. 3,300. 33 3, 33 3 4, 33 4, and 3,400, and 33 34, going to be 33 34, going to be 33 4. So 3,300 Williford. $125, yeah, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, you get 5 here, 25, you get 750, and now 30, you get 30, going to be 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5, and 35, 37, 50, and 40, $1.40, now 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5, 45, 750, and now 50, you get 50, going to be 50, 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, Booker, 52.5, 12. Nine to 10 years old, 3 to 5 months bred. Three to 5 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, half, 21, half, now 2, going to be 2, going to get 5, going to be 3, going to get 350, and half 4, and 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24.50, and 24 and a half here, going to be out of line, going to be 24.50, and 24 and a half here, half here, and 24 and a half, going to be 24, going to be half, so it'll be 2,400, Chris 5. $122 and a half. You get 20, you get 2 and a half, going to be 20, you get 2 and a half, going to be 20, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 27, 50 and a half, 30, you get 30, going to be 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5, 37, 50, and 30 times 7, 40, $1.42 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 47, 50 and a half, 50, you get 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 250, and now 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5 here, Cavus, 52 and a half, on number 7, 152.50. She's got an old scar on her side of her neck. They're all going to go 50 cents a pound, 60 cents a pound, 60 cents a pound, 70, 80, 5, 90, $5, S, 95, 1. $10 a pound. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Half a hundred, Chris. 12.
$1.55 and 55, you give 55, 7 to 50, and 57 to 57 to 57 to 7 to 7 to 57 to 60, and now 2 to 2 to 2 to 2 5, 67 to 7 to 7 to 70, and now 70, we get 2 to 72, 55, and 75, 7, 50, 77 and a half, 80, and 2 to we get 2 to 82, 50, 82 and a half, 80, we get 2 to what about 1, 2, 82, 82, 1, going to be 2, 81. Don't let them do you that way. Sold 181, hole 7, 6. She looks young. 2 and a $1, $2. 210 and 210 and 210 and 220 30 we get 30 we get 40 we get 40 we get 50 we get 50 62 62 60 70 and 275 and 75 7 80 we get 285 85 90 we get 290 85 95 and 95 95 95 95 95 95 we get 95 we get 95 95 here so 290 Chris 7X. Nine years and 5 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 21. 9 by 5. What'd I say? Thank you. 2,100. 21 and 21 and 21 21 21 21 now one and 2100 21 21 21 now one and 2100 1 and 2 and 22 and 22 22 22 22 21 going to be 2 D 2100 10. Eight years and 5 months. Where's wild? 125. 125. Yeah, 25. 125, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 125, 30, 125, 30, 25, 30, 125, 30, and 30, and 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 35 here, 35, 40, 30, 145, and 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 45, 50, and 45, 50, 45, 50, 45, 50 here, Chris, 145, 16. 7-year-old and 120 and 20 and 25 23 going to be 125 and 25 25 25 now 5 here now 25 here now 5 here 5 25 5 and tone 120. She bred.
Oh.
Ten by 7, 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half, half here, half and a half here, going to be 1,600 and 16, and 1,600 there, going to be 16, going to be 16, going to get 1,600 there, going to be 16 half, 17, and 17, 18, 19, and 19, 2, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, 21, 2, 22, so 2,100, Chris 5.
3 years and 5 months. $1.50. $1.30. 135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 55, 50, 55, going to be 60, 55, going to be 70, 55, going to be 85, 85, 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, so 180. Ricardo. Book 35, yeah, 35, and 35, 37, 50, and 30, 57, going to be 37, 40, now 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, 57 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half here, Booker, 145, 12. What you see, Rob?
We'll sell them all Monday. That way you don't have to sell 1,500 of them the first week of December.
You sold 900 today. It'll be bunchier after Thanksgiving.
600 head.
$1, 105, and 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 10, going to be 110, 15, 120, 125, and 25, 30, and 30, 30 there, 125, 30, 25, going to be 30, 30, 30, now 30 here, sold 125, S4X. 7 years and 5 months, 2,100 and 21 and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 20, now on, and 21, 2, and 21, 2, 22, 22, 22, 21, 2, and 2,200 by now, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 21, 2, 3, and 23, 3, 250, 22, 50, and 20, 2 and a half, going to be 20, 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half here, S, 2,200. 4. $1. 105 and 105 here, going to be 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105 and 105, 85, 10, going to be 110, 15, 120. With 20 there, going to be 120, 20, 120, and 20, 20 there, 125, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, count us 120 on number. Nothing.
I just stored them.
7 years and 7 months, 2,000. 2,100 and 21, yeah, 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, another one here, now one, and 2,100, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, and 2,100, down 2, and 21, 2, whatever the half, and 2, and 23, 2, and 23, 2, and 23, 2, 2,200 by there, 2, and 2,200, going to be 2,200 here, so we're at 2,150, Ricardo. $1,000. 1,100 and 10, 11, yeah, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 100, 1,100, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Here going to be 700, 800, 700, 800. Did you give 8? 9, 10, 1,000. 1,000 and 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 here, 1,000 here, 1,100. 1100. It's pointing at the wrong man. My apologies. 1100. 1100. Sold 1,000. Giovanni.
Giovanni.
Shade Tree, you want to sell any baby calves? You want to sell any baby calves? Nah, I'll get it. I'll do it all. 2 boys and a girl. You're getting them all. 250. 2.5. 3. Cow buyers. Thank y'all. See you in a couple weeks. See you guys. 300. 350 and 350 and 350, 400, going to get 4.5, going to be 4.5, going to get 5, going to be 5, 55, 55, 50, 600 and 650 and 50, 50 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 650 and 6.5 here. Online, you're out. 650 and 50, 50 and a half here, half here. Sold 600. Kelsey, CB.
Old school scimitar.
I see many of them around, old school scimitar looking calves. Get them both. Bull and a heifer. 500. 500, even to get 5, 550, 600, and 6.5, going to be 700, even to get 700 and a half here, going to be 7.5, going to be 800, 850, 850, 900, even to get 900, even to get 959 and a half, even to get 9 and a half, going to be 950, and 950, and 9 and a half, 1000, and 1,000, even to get 1,000, even to get 1,000, here, 1,000, and 1,000, even to get 1,000, here, 1,000, sort of at 950, Giovanni. Little square made little hairy heifer, 300, 400, 500, 600, 550, 556, now half, now 7, now half, now 8, 800. You guys are all out there. 800. Giovanni, 750. I'm not ready for winter.
I hope it rains.
That could be like this year round, 75, 80, every day. Where? 250 a pound. 250, 260, 250, 260, 250, 260, 70, 280, 90, 3, 10, 20, 320 a pound, 330, 340. 340, 330, 40, and 330, 40, even to get 330, 40, even to get 330, 40, 330, 40. Terry, 330 on 2. $3. $3.10. Yeah, $3.10. We get 3.10. We get 3.10. Go to 3. We get 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 3.10. 3.10. 3.10. 3.10. And 3.10. And 3.10. 15. And 15. We get 20. We get 3.25. 3.25. And 3.25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 3.25. And 3.25. 5 here. 3.25 here. Sold her 3.20. Chris 7X. Here's a heifer, $3 a pound. Where? 310.
310, and 310, we get 310, we get 310, we get 310, 310, 310, 250, 60, 250, 60, 250, 260.
Looks like a little Rendell, Terry. 250, 60, 70, 270, 280, 290. By the weight, $3, 310, 310, 310. Antone, $3. That's it. Whew. Yeah. Antonio 10 and Ricardo 10. Will you put them on Kathy, please? And Ricardo, yep. See you, Dusty. Good seeing you, my friend. I got a really good Angus and a really good, I think, kind of a, we entered him as a Lemmy. And then I've got the old standby that's just okay. But two of them look really good. I tried to call him a couple hours ago. He didn't answer, so he must be flying. He had to go be a pig jock. He's a pig jock out there. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Thank you, Dusty. Hey, you too. Okay.